Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I'm a janitor at a private school, and classroom 13 isn't for students. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing that went wrong that night was the bell. Not the big one in the tower over St. Anselm's Chapel. That one had been dead since 1989, according to the plaque by the alumni office, and only rang now if some donor paid for a restoration nobody actually wanted. I mean the little classroom bell in the middle school wing, the soft electronic chime that told sixth graders when to stop pretending to sharpen pencils and start pretending to listen. It went off at 9:17 p.m. after the basketball team had left, after the choir moms had packed their foil trays into SUVs, after every classroom light in that hall was supposed to be dark. Just 3 notes. Ding, ding, ding. Then the hallway speaker gave one low click, like somebody had tapped a microphone with their fingernail. My name is Daniel Mercer. I was 34 then, male, and working the night janitor shift at St. Anselm Preparatory School, a private K-12 campus tucked into the wealthy side of Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, where the stone buildings had names like Hawthorne Hall and Bellamy Science Center, and the parking lot looked more expensive than my apartment complex. I wasn't supposed to hear classroom bells at night. I was supposed to hear the burnisher whining over tile, the ice machine coughing in the cafeteria, the old steam pipes knocking when the boiler came on. So I stood there with a trash bag twisted in one hand, looking down the middle school corridor, while the smell of lemon disinfectant and cafeteria chicken nuggets sat heavy in the air. The lights were on motion sensors, but they didn't come on all at once. They flickered alive in sections, starting above me, then 10 feet ahead, then 10 more, until the hall stretched out in pale rectangles. Lockers on both sides, blue and gold pennants, student art taped to corkboards, a lost mitten on the floor under the water fountain. Normal things. That was what made it irritating at first instead of frightening. It had to be a system glitch. St. Anselm had spent a fortune on tuition brochures and almost nothing on the things that worked after dark. The staff bathroom by the gym flushed twice if you leaned too hard on the wall. The south stairwell camera showed green bars whenever it rained. The bell system had probably hiccuped because some contractor installed it with the same confidence I used to assemble IKEA shelves. Still, my jaw was tight. I didn't like unexpected noises in empty buildings. I had reasons, but they were not dramatic reasons. They were ordinary, embarrassing ones. I'd been stuck in an elevator at a hospital for 46 minutes when I was 19, shoulder to shoulder, with an old man who kept breathing wrong. Since then, enclosed places made me count exits. Empty buildings were worse because your brain kept inventing people to put in them. I hated that about myself. I hated being a grown man with keys to every room on campus and a pulse that jumped because of 3 little bell tones. I lifted the radio from my belt. "Marcy," I said, "you catch that?" Static answered first. Then a woman's voice, dry and close to bored. "Catch what?" Marcy Doyle was 58, female, head of evening custodial, and the kind of woman who could make a freshman apologize for spilling juice before he even realized he'd done it. She had worked at St. Anselm for 21 years, raised 2 daughters in Havertown, and kept a red plastic rosary wrapped around the gearshift of the old Ford Ranger she parked by the loading dock. She spoke like every sentence had already survived 3 meetings and did not need decorating. "The bell," I said, "middle school wing, went off just now." A pause. "Which bell?" "Classroom chime. You lean on the panel again." "I'm holding a trash bag, Marcy. You got elbows." I looked at the little black speaker above the hallway clock. The red second hand jerked around the face in tiny, nervous steps. "It was 3 chimes," I said, "like class change. System does a reset sometimes." At 9:17, "It's a private school. Even the ghosts have schedules." "Don't say ghosts." I didn't say there were ghosts. I said they'd be organized. I heard paper rustle on her end. She was probably in the custodial closet behind the cafeteria, sitting on the overturned mop bucket she used as a chair, checking off rooms with a golf pencil worn down to the metal. "Where are you?" she asked. "Second floor. Outside 2B. Finish the 8th grade rooms, then come down." Not paying overtime because a speaker burped. "You're not paying anything." "Exactly. Don't make me emotionally responsible." I almost smiled. Almost. Then, from somewhere farther down the hall, a door clicked. Not slammed. Not opened wide. Clicked. A latch releasing. The motion lights reached the next section of hallway with a faint electrical buzz. At the far end, near the old language classrooms, one door sat open by maybe 2 inches. The gap was black. I pressed the radio button again. "Marcy." "What now?" Door just opened. Another pause, longer this time. "You sure?" "No, I'm describing it for the exercise." "Daniel." "Yeah, I'm sure." "Which room?" I squinted. St. Anselm had a weird numbering system because every building had been renovated by people who apparently hated future employees. The middle school wing went 2A, 2B, 2C, then skipped to 2F after the stairwell because the old faculty lounge had been split into 2 classrooms. But the door at the far end wasn't on my nightly checklist. Its brass plaque was smaller than the others, darker, like it had been polished less. Classroom 13. That was what the plaque said. Not M, not Latin, not storage. Classroom 13. I had noticed it before, of course. You notice locked doors when your job is keys, but I had never gone inside. It wasn't on the route sheet. The floor outside didn't get waxed. Windows had frosted film over them from the inside, and the door had a keypad above the handle, the kind used for server closets or medication storage. The weird part was that St. Anselm didn't have a classroom 12 in that wing, or a 14. The number just sat there by itself, like somebody had made a joke years ago and forgotten to remove the punchline. "It's 13, I said. Marcy didn't answer right away. The static hissed against my thumb. "Marcy, I heard you. Why is it open?" "How open? Couple inches. Don't touch anything yet." That was the first thing she said that made the air feel different. Not go close it. Not check if a teacher left it. Don't touch anything yet. A heater vent rattled above me, and the smell changed slightly, that dusty, hot smell of air pushed through old ducts. At the end of the hallway, the black gap between door and frame stayed exactly the same width. "Is there someone who uses that room?" I asked. "There's a list." "What list?" "Daniel, listen to me. Stay where you are." I turned my head because I thought I'd heard shoes. Soft soles on tile. But it was just the building settling, maybe. Or my own boot shifting inside its worn rubber sole. From the stairwell behind me came the clunk of the fire door opening. I spun around too fast and knocked my hip against the trash cart. A man stepped into the hall holding a phone and a leather satchel, his tie loosened, and his face lit blue from the screen. "Jesus," I said. He looked up. "Sorry, didn't know anyone was still up here." Mr. Elliot Crane was 46, male, the assistant head of school for operations, which meant he could speak fluently about safety policies, while never being the person who had to clean vomit out of a drinking fountain. He was tall, narrow, and always dressed like he had just stepped out of a brochure about institutional trust. His hair was more silver than brown, and he had a careful way of smiling that never seemed to include his eyes. He lowered his phone. "Daniel, right? Yeah, everything okay?" Before I could answer, Marcy's voice crackled from my radio. "Daniel, who is that?" Crane heard her. His eyes moved to the radio, then past me down the hall to the door. His expression changed so quickly that if I'd blinked, I might have missed it. Not fear exactly, more like irritation that had to be hidden before it embarrassed someone. "Mr. Crane," I said. The bell went off, did it? And that door opened. One step forward. The motion light above him clicked brighter. "Classroom 13, he asked. "You tell me." He gave another small smile. "That room is administrative. At a school, schools have administration. Most of it doesn't have a keypad." The smile thinned. From the radio, Marcy said, "Elliot, I'm coming up." Crane lifted a hand toward the radio like he could calm her through the plastic. "That won't be necessary." "I'm coming up," Marcy repeated. He looked at me then. Really looked. Not in a threatening way. In an assessing way, like he was trying to decide whether I was the kind of employee who needed a firm voice or a friendly one. "Daniel," he said, "there are occasional after-hours uses of that room, testing materials, sensitive records, nothing interesting. Door opened by itself. Doors don't open by themselves. That's kind of my point." He walked past me before I could decide whether to move. His shoes made small, crisp sounds on the tile. Expensive leather. Hard heel. Not like the rubber squeak of custodial boots or the slap of student sneakers. I followed 2 steps behind because doing nothing felt worse. The hall had gone quiet again, but not peaceful quiet, mechanical quiet. The refrigerator hummed from the teacher lounge, the distant buzz of fluorescent tubes, the faint ticking of the wall clock, too loud now that I was listening for anything else. Crane stopped outside classroom 13. He did not touch the door. Close up, I could see the keypad's tiny green light blinking. The door edge showed fresh scuff marks near the lock, pale scratches through dark varnish. Someone had taped over the little rectangular window with black paper from the inside. Not frosted film. Paper. Thick, carefully cut, pressed flat. Crane noticed me noticing. "Go ahead and finish your route," he said. "You want me to leave it open? I'll handle it." Behind us, The stairwell door banged again, and Marcy came into the hall breathing hard, one hand gripping the rail even after she'd stepped onto the landing. She had a ring of keys clipped to her belt and a gray sweatshirt over her uniform polo. She saw the door, then Crane, then me. Nobody spoke for a second. That was when the bell sounded again, not from the hallway speaker this time, from inside classroom 13. 3 notes muffled by the door. Ding, ding, ding. Then a child coughed. I know how that sounds. I know there are pipes, vents, speakers, old intercoms that can throw noise in strange directions. I have heard a mop bucket roll by itself because a floor slopes 1 degree toward a drain. I have seen raccoons set off alarms and HVAC units make noises that sounded almost like words. But that cough was not a pipe. It was small and wet and human. The kind of cough a kid makes after crying too long. Marcy's face changed first. Whatever she knew about that room, whatever rules she'd been told to follow, the sound cut through it. Her mouth tightened. Her fingers closed around her keys. "Elliot," she said quietly, "open it." Crane turned toward her. "No, open the room. There is no one in there. Then open it." His voice dropped. "Marcy, this is not your responsibility." "That's funny," she said, "because every locked door becomes my responsibility when there's a child on the other side." I still had the trash bag in my hand. I realized I'd been holding it the whole time. The plastic twisted so tight around my knuckles it squeaked when I loosened my grip. "Could be a recording," Crane said. "Why would there be a recording of a kid coughing in a locked classroom?" I asked. He didn't answer me. Marcy stepped forward and reached for the keypad. Crane caught her wrist, not hard enough to hurt her, hard enough that I heard her bracelet tap against the wall. I moved without thinking. "Don't," I said. Crane looked at me like he had forgotten I was there. Marcy pulled her wrist free. Her face had gone flat in a way I recognized from people who were done being managed. "You ever put your hands on me again," she said, "you'll be explaining it to HR with 1 less front tooth." Crane took a breath through his nose. "I'm trying to prevent a misunderstanding." "Then explain it." He glanced down the hallway toward the cameras. I followed his eyes. The little black dome at the ceiling corner was pointed straight at us, its red LED dark. That camera was supposed to be on. I noticed another thing then. The floor outside classroom 13 was clean in a way the rest of the hall was. Not freshly mopped, wiped. The baseboard had streaks where someone had used a rag. Near the hinge side of the door, tucked against the wall, was a white plastic zip tie clipped in half, small, easy to miss. Not school supplies, not decorations. Something used to hold something shut. My stomach tightened, not with supernatural dread, not with some grand sense of evil, but with the plain, ugly realization that adults can make rooms complicated when they want to. Marcy saw it too. Her eyes flicked down and back up. "Daniel," she said, voice calm now, too calm. "Get your phone out." Crane turned sharply. "No one is calling anyone." "I didn't say call," she said. "You implied it." I said get his phone. I took my phone from my pocket. The screen had a spiderweb crack across one corner from when I dropped it behind the cafeteria dishwasher. 2 bars of service. Battery at 31%. Crane's voice softened. "Daniel, I understand this looks unusual. I do. But but you are new enough here that you may not know certain procedures. I've been here 11 months. And in those 11 months, have you ever had a reason to enter this room? No, exactly. Marcy laughed once. No humor in it. That is not the point you think it is. From inside the room came a sound like a chair leg dragging. Slow. 1 inch. Stop. Another inch. All 3 of us froze. Then a voice, so faint I almost convinced myself it came through the pipes. Hello, 1 word, a kid's voice. Marcy's hand went to her mouth, then dropped. Crane closed his eyes for half a second. That scared me more than if he'd panicked, because he knew something. He knew enough to be frustrated by the sound, not surprised. Open the door, I said. Crane looked at me. No, then I'm calling 911. You do that, and you may cost this school an enormous amount of damage over nothing. There's a kid in there. There is a situation in there that you do not understand. Is it a kid? He didn't answer. Marcy stepped beside me, close enough that I could smell peppermint gum and laundry detergent on her sweatshirt. Daniel, she said, call. Crane moved his hand toward his phone. If you involve police without authorization, Marcy snapped. A child might be locked in a room. It is not that simple. That sentence hung there, not that simple. Somewhere outside, a car passed on Montgomery Avenue, tires whispering over wet pavement. Rain had started without me noticing. It tapped softly against the tall, narrow windows at the end of the hall, each drop catching the security light from the parking lot. I looked at my phone, then at the keypad, then at the black paper covering the little window. We had 3 choices, though nobody said them out loud. We could walk away and let Crane handle it. We could call 911 and wait in the hall while whatever was happening stayed behind that door. Or we could open classroom 13 ourselves, right then, before anyone had time to make the sounds inside disappear. Marcy lifted her keys. Crane stepped in front of the door. The child coughed again, and I pressed my thumb against my phone screen, trying to decide whether the first number I dialed should be 9, or whether I should hit record. I hit record first. Not because I was brave, because 911 felt like a line I couldn't uncross, and my thumb, stupidly, chose the softer kind of proof before the harder kind of help. The screen showed a red timer climbing from 0, while the hallway lights hummed overhead, and the child inside classroom 13 made a sound like they were trying not to cry too loudly. Marcy saw what I'd done. Call 2, she said. Crane stepped toward me. Daniel, stop recording. I backed up, not far, just enough that the trash cart bumped the back of my knee. The cart rattled. Spray bottles clicked together in the gray caddy. Somewhere down the hall, the motion lights over the lockers began timing out, one section dimming, then another, shrinking the corridor around us. I'm calling, I said. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. Crane's expression sharpened. You need to think very carefully before you create a record of a student in distress. A student, Marcy said. He realized the mistake at the same time we did. His face reset. I mean hypothetically, he said. No, Marcy said. You said student. The voice behind the door came again, fainter this time. Please, one word, small, scratchy. That decided me. I pressed the emergency call button. Nothing happened. I looked down. My phone still showed 2 bars, but the call spun without connecting, the little circle turning and turning beside emergency call. "Come on," I muttered. Marcy snatched her own phone from her sweatshirt pocket. "Mine's got 1 bar." Crane was already dialing someone. Not 911. I could see the way his thumb moved too fast through contacts. "Who are you calling?" I asked. "Security." "Campus security left at 9, Marcy said. "Not campus security." That made both of us look at him. He turned away, lowering his voice. "It's Crane. We have an access issue in Bellamy, 2nd floor." "Yes, now." "Access issue," Marcy said, almost to herself. "That's what we're calling a kid behind a locked door." The call on my phone failed. No tone. No dispatcher. Just a flat little banner that said "call failed," like the world had declined to participate. I tried again. Same spinning circle. St. Anselm was built from old stone and donor money, with thick walls and strange dead spots where cell service went to die. Everyone knew it. Students leaned out windows to send Snapchats. Teachers complained about it during faculty cleanouts. I had joked about it a dozen times while dragging trash bags through the basement. Now it mattered. Now it was the problem. "We need a landline," I said. "Faculty lounge," Marcy said. "End of the hall." Crane put his phone away. "You don't have authorization to involve outside emergency services." Marcy looked at him like he had started speaking another language. "Elliot, I need you to hear what you sound like. I am trying to prevent harm." "To who?" His jaw flexed. "To everyone," he said. From inside classroom 13 came a soft scraping noise, followed by a dull bump. Not loud, not violent. A body shifting against furniture, maybe, or a chair tipping against a table. The kid coughed again, and this time there was a wet hitch after it. Marcy moved first. She went for the keypad. Crane blocked her with his body. "Move," she said. "No, I have master keys. Not for that room. I have keys for every room in this building. Not that one." She lifted her key ring anyway, sorting through brass and silver teeth with shaking fingers. There were dozens of them, tagged with tiny plastic labels softened from years of use. CAF Gym, 2A2F, SCI Prep, ELEV. The sound of them clacking together filled the hall in nervous little bursts. "Daniel," she said, "faculty lounge, try the phone." I hesitated. Leaving felt wrong. Staying felt useless. Crane noticed. "Good, yes, go downstairs. Get distance from this." "Faculty lounge is 10 yards away," I said. His eyes hardened. "Daniel," Marcy snapped, "go." So I ran. Not gracefully. My work boots squeaked against the polished tile, and the trash bag slapped my leg because I still hadn't let go of it. I dropped it halfway down the hall, where it landed with a damp thud and spilled paper towels across the floor. The faculty lounge door was locked. Of course it was. I fumbled my keys, hands too sweaty, metal slipping against metal. For half a second, I couldn't find the right one, and the hallway behind me seemed to stretch longer than it had any right to. Crane and Marcy's voices overlapped behind me, low and heated. The kid behind the door made another sound, not quite a word. I found the lounge key, shoved it in, twisted. Inside, the room smelled like burnt coffee, dry erase markers, and whatever floral plug in one of the teachers kept wedged behind the microwave. A refrigerator hummed in the corner. Mugs crowded the sink, with tea bags turning the water brown. Someone had left a stack of graded quizzes on the table with a red pen uncapped on top. Normal enough to make me angry. There was a beige landline mounted by the copier. I grabbed it. No dial tone. I tapped the hook. Again. Nothing. A small red light blinked beside the word line. Dead. I stared at it, then at the copier, then at the little laminated sheet taped above the phone. 4 emergencies. Dial 9, then 911. Beneath that, in smaller print, if line fails, contact main office. The main office was in another building across the courtyard, locked after 7, through rain. Of course, I said. The lights flickered. Once. The refrigerator motor dipped, recovered, then dipped again. The copier gave a soft beep like it had been startled awake. I went still. Out in the hallway, Marcy yelled, "Daniel." I ran back. She was standing with one shoulder against classroom 13's door, breathing hard. Crane was 2 steps away, one hand raised, but not touching her now. His phone was in his other hand, screen bright. "The landline's dead," I said. Marcy's face tightened. "All of them. I tried one. Try the office downstairs." Crane said, "No one is going anywhere." I almost laughed. "You don't get to say that." Before he could answer, the overhead lights went out. Not all at once. They stuttered. The hallway flashed white, then gray, then black. Then emergency lighting kicked in with a dim red wash from fixtures near the stairwell. The lockers became tall, dull shapes. The rain against the windows seemed louder immediately, steady little ticks on glass. The HVAC shut off. That was the worst part. The building stopped breathing. For a few seconds, all I heard was the high whine of electronics dying somewhere in the ceiling, and Marcy's keys settling against her hip. Then the fire door at the far stairwell opened. A beam of light cut into the hall. "Mr. Crane." The voice belonged to a man I didn't recognize at first. He came up the stairs, holding a flashlight low in one hand and a black nylon jacket over his polo. He was broad through the shoulders, with close cropped hair and the calm face of someone who wanted you to know he had been in controlled rooms before. The man was Victor Hale, 41, male, an outside security contractor from a private firm the school used for fundraisers and sensitive events. I had seen him once at the Winter Donor Gala, standing near the chapel doors with an earpiece and a bored expression, while parents in wool coats drank champagne from plastic flutes. He was American, former police, if the way he carried himself meant anything, and he looked less surprised by the dark hallway than I liked. Behind him was a younger woman in a navy raincoat, hair stuck to her cheeks from the weather. She was Tessa Grant, 29, female, the school nurse who lived 10 minutes away in Ardmore, and sometimes came back after hours when boarding students had asthma attacks or panic episodes. She had a canvas medical bag slung over one shoulder and a face that looked half asleep until she saw Marcy braced by the door. "What happened?" Tessa asked. Marcy pointed at classroom 13. "There's a child inside." Tessa's posture changed at once. No hesitation, injured, coughing, crying, door locked. Tessa looked at Crane. "Why is the door locked?" Victor Hale stepped forward. Everyone needs to take a breath. Marcy rounded on him. Do not do that. Ma'am, no, don't ma'am me in my own building. Crane exhaled. Victor, the door released unexpectedly. We need to secure the area. Secure the area, I said. That's not the same as opening it. Victor's flashlight swept over me, then Marcy, then the keypad. The green light on it had gone out with the power. In the emergency red glow, it looked like a dead insect stuck to the wall. The keypad's down, Victor said. Then use a key, Marcy said. There's a mechanical override, Crane said. Great, I said, use it. Crane did not move. Tessa stepped closer to the door. Can whoever's inside hear me? Crane held out an arm. Tessa, she ignored him and leaned toward the crack. My name is Nurse Grant, she called, voice soft but clear. Can you tell me your name? Nothing. Only rain, then a shuffle inside, a whisper. Leo. Tessa looked back at us. Leo what? The child didn't answer. I knew a Leo, not personally, but from trash. You learn kids by what they throw away. Name stickers, lunch bags, crumpled essays. Leo Whitcomb maybe. 6th grade. He left half-finished apple slices in paper towels and drew little tanks in the margins of his math worksheets. I had seen the name on a classroom cubby. Tessa tried again. Leo, are you hurt? A pause. My chest hurts. That cut through every argument at once. Tessa reached for her bag. Open the door. Crane said, we need to confirm identity before his chest hurts, she said. He may be coached. Nobody spoke. There are sentences that don't belong in certain places. That one did not belong in a private school hallway with pennants on the wall and a nurse holding a medical bag. Marcy turned slowly. Coached by who? Crane looked at Victor. Victor looked at the door, and I understood we had not stumbled into a simple, locked room mistake. Not fully. Maybe there was a policy. Maybe there was a legal problem. Maybe a child had hidden somewhere he shouldn't have. But there were adults here who already knew the shape of it, and none of them were behaving like the thing behind the door was impossible. They were behaving like it was inconvenient. My phone buzzed in my hand. For one hopeful second, I thought the 911 call had connected. It was a notification from my recording app. Storage almost full. I swore under my breath. I had videos on that phone I never cleared. My sister's wedding. Dumb apartment clips. A recording of my old truck making a noise for the mechanic. Ordinary junk, all of it now clogging up the one useful thing I had. The red timer stopped. Recording saved. Maybe, maybe not. Power outage triggered the magnetic lock, Victor said, crouching by the door. But the strike didn't fully release, could be jammed. By what? Marcy asked. Misalignment. Old frame, swollen wood. Or a zip tie, I said. Victor's flashlight snapped to me. I pointed to the clipped piece on the floor. He picked it up with 2 fingers, studied it, then slid it into his jacket pocket. Hey, I said, it's debris. It's evidence. His face stayed blank. Of what? I had no answer that would sound sane in a hallway full of people trying not to say what they meant. Tessa was still at the door. Leo, can you sit down for me? Don't stand if you feel dizzy. Inside, something dragged again. Then Leo said, it's hot. That was when I noticed it too, not in the hall, in the gap. A thin breath of warm air pushed out through the crack. It carried a smell like dust burning on a heater coil, mixed with something chemical. Not smoke, exactly. More like overheated plastic. Tessa smelled it and covered her nose with her sleeve. "Is there ventilation in that room?" she asked. Crane said nothing. Marcy answered, "Not on my maintenance map." Victor stood. "We need facilities." "I'm facilities," Marcy said. "Then we need the breaker room." "The breaker room is downstairs past the old gym." Crane said, "No one goes there alone." Another little truth slipped out. Marcy caught it. "Why not?" The emergency lights flickered. This time they didn't fully recover. The red glow thinned, deepened, then steadied again, weaker than before. Tessa looked up. "Backup battery. Old," Marcy said. "Should hold 20 minutes. Maybe less if the system wasn't serviced." "How long's the kid been in there?" I asked. Crane rubbed both hands over his face, and for the first time he looked less like an administrator and more like a man whose careful life had begun to crack. "That room should have been empty," he said. "Should have been?" Tessa asked. Victor said, "Mr. Crane." Crane snapped, "Don't." Then he looked at us. Not pleading, calculating. "There was a disciplinary hold earlier," he said. Marcy stared. "A what?" "A supervised separation. Temporary, for student safety." "In a locked room with no ventilation map," Tessa said. "It was supervised." "By who?" I asked. Crane didn't answer. The rain hit harder, rattling against the windows in sheets now. Somewhere below us, an alarm gave one half-hearted chirp and died. Marcy's voice went low. "Where is the supervisor, Elliot?" He swallowed. That was answer enough. Leo coughed again, and this time it turned into gagging. Tessa stepped back from the door. "We don't have time for this. If that room is heating up and he's having chest pain, I need access now." Victor said, "We can force the door." "Then force it," I said. He looked at Crane. Crane looked down the hall toward the stairwell, as if expecting someone else to arrive and take the decision away from him. No one did. The hallway had gone dark beyond the emergency lights. My phone showed one bar now, then none. Rainwater ticked somewhere it shouldn't, a slow drip inside the ceiling near the lockers. The building felt less like a school and more like a sealed box. My private fear found me then, right on time. Enclosed places. No signal. No air. A child behind a door saying it was hot. I could feel the old hospital elevator around me, that 46-minute box from when I was 19, the old man breathing wrong beside me, the useless emergency button glowing under my thumb. I remembered promising myself I would never be useless in a locked place again. A childish promise. A promise you make when panic has nowhere to go. Marcy touched my elbow. "You okay?" "No," I said. "Good enough," I nodded. Victor handed me the flashlight without asking if I wanted it. "Hold this on the latch." I did. The beam shook across the brass plaque. Classroom 13. Victor pulled a folding pry tool from his belt, not a crowbar, something slimmer and flatter. That bothered me too, the way he had it ready. He wedged it near the strike plate and leaned his weight in. The door gave a wooden groan. Inside, Leo cried out. Tessa snapped, "Stop, stop. You're pushing something against him." Victor froze. "What's against the door?" Marcy called. "Leo, honey, is something blocking it?" A weak answer came back. "Desk, can you move it?" I tried. "Is there someone with you?" No answer. "Leo." Then from deeper inside the room came another sound. Not a child. A phone vibrating on a hard surface. BZZZT, BZZZT, BZZZT. We all heard it. Victor's head turned slightly. Crane went still. The phone buzzed again, long and angry, somewhere behind the door. Tessa whispered, "Leo, is that your phone?" "No." "Whose phone is it?" A pause. "I don't know." Another buzz. Then a man's recorded voice, muffled but clear enough through the door, began speaking from inside classroom 13. "Crane, if you're hearing this, do not open the hall door. Use the service access. Do not let maintenance." The message cut off. Victor stepped back from the door. Marcy looked at me. "Service access," I said. Her face had gone gray in the red emergency light. "There's no service access on the plans," she said. Crane closed his eyes again. Tessa's voice trembled now, but her words stayed firm. "A child is in respiratory distress. I don't care what room this is, what policy you broke, or who you are protecting. We are getting him out." Victor looked down the corridor, then at the stairwell. "We need the basement," he said. Marcy shook her head. "No, you just said there's no access." "No access on the plans," Victor said. "Not no access." The air from the door gap pushed warmer against my face. The chemical smell thickened. I coughed twice, then made a thin wheezing sound that Tessa clearly hated. She reached into her medical bag and pulled out an inhaler with a spacer. "If we can't open this door," she said, "we need another way in within minutes." "Basement utility crawl," Crane said quietly. "Behind the old boiler room." Marcy turned on him. "You knew. It doesn't open into the classroom," he said. "It opens into an observation closet." That was worse than anything he could have said. An observation closet. Marcy whispered, "For students." No one answered. The emergency lights flickered again, and this time the far end of the hall went completely black. Victor took his flashlight back from me. "We move now," he said. "I'm not leaving him," Tessa said. "You stay at the door," Victor told her. "Talk to him, keep him awake." Marcy shook her head. "Daniel S. not going into that crawl." I looked at her. "Why me?" "Because you're skinny," Victor said. "And because maintenance has to get the boiler room cage open." Marcy's keys rattled as her hand tightened. The child behind the door whispered, "Please don't go." That almost broke me. I leaned close to the crack, warm air brushing my cheek. "Leo," I said, forcing my voice steady. "I'm Daniel. I clean the school at night. I'm going to try another door, okay? Nurse Grant's staying right here." "Don't turn the lights off," he said. I looked up at the dead ceiling. "We won't," I lied. From somewhere below us, metal slammed. Once, then again, like a heavy door being closed in the basement. Victor's flashlight jerked toward the stairwell. Marcy stopped breathing for a second. Crane whispered, "They're already here." "Who's they?" I asked. No one answered fast enough. Then the hallway speaker clicked on above us, even though the power was out. A burst of static, a breath, and a man's voice, calm and close, filled the corridor. "Step away from classroom 13. The man on the speaker said it again. "Step away from classroom 13. His voice came through with a little crackle at the edges, flattened by old hallway speakers and backup power. But the calm in it was real. Not a recording. Not some automated lockdown message. A living man, somewhere in the building, watching us, or guessing correctly enough that it felt like watching. Victor Hale lifted one hand. Nobody moved. The hallway had gone mostly red from the emergency lights, and the rain against the windows made a steady dry rice sound. Tessa Grant stayed crouched by the gap in the door, one palm flat to the wood, talking softly to Leo like the rest of us had vanished. "Keep breathing slow, okay? In through your nose if you can, out through your mouth. I'm right here." Leo wheezed something I couldn't make out. Marcy Doyle stared at the speaker grill above us. "Who is that?" Crane said. "A contractor." "What kind?" He did not answer. Victor turned his flashlight away from the door and pointed it down the hall toward the west stairwell, the one near the language classrooms. "We can still get to the boiler room through the service corridor. Daniel, Marcy, with me." Tessa looked up. "I need that access open now." "Then stop arguing," Victor said. That should have made me hate him. It did, a little. But there was something practical in the way he said it. And that scared me too, because practical people were how bad decisions got made cleanly. We had a map, at least in our heads. Classroom 13 sat at the far eastern end of the second floor middle school wing, near the old language rooms. The faculty lounge was behind us to the west. The nearest stairwell dropped to the first floor lobby beside the trophy cases, then down again through a service door to the basement. The boiler room was underneath the chapel side of the building, past the old gym storage cage, where the pipes sweated in summer, and the walls flaked paint if you brushed them with a broom handle. Marcy grabbed my sleeve before we moved. "Stay behind me on the stairs," she said. "I'm not 12. No, you're 34 and pale as a napkin. I'm fine. You're not. Stay behind me." She wasn't wrong. My mouth tasted metallic. My shirt was already damp under my uniform jacket, and the thought of the basement crawl space had put a small, bright panic behind my ribs. No signal, no windows, a child trapped above us, a hidden observation closet no maintenance map admitted existed. I wanted open air so badly my teeth hurt. Crane started after us, but Marcy turned on him. "You stay with Tessa. I need to supervise access. You need to answer questions when the police get here." "The police are not. They're coming," she said, even though none of us had reached them yet. One way or another. Victor moved first. Marcy followed. I followed Marcy. The emergency lights thinned as we left the hallway, the red glow disappearing behind us with each turn, until Victor's flashlight was the only thing keeping the stairwell from becoming a concrete throat. Behind us, Tessa's voice faded. "Leo, count with me. 1, 2, 3. The stairwell smelled like wet coats and dust. On the landing between floors, water had seeped in under the metal door from outside, making the painted steps slick. My boots skidded. I caught the rail too hard, and pain snapped through my wrist. "Careful," Marcy said. "Yeah, below us, something scraped." We all stopped. Victor lowered the flashlight beam through the gap between flights. The light hit the first floor landing, then the wall, then a yellow plastic mop bucket tipped on its side. It rolled half an inch and bumped the baseboard. That was all. A mop bucket. My lungs didn't care. They squeezed anyway. Marcy let out a sharp breath through her nose. Custodial closets probably open. Draft caught it. Victor glanced at me. "Keep moving." First attempt, the main office phone. That was Marcy's idea, and she forced it before Victor could drag us into the basement. We crossed the first-floor lobby, where the trophy cases shone dull under exit signs, and portraits of former headmasters watched us from dark wood frames. The main entrance doors were 20 yards to the south, rain streaming down the glass. To the north, the administrative hallway led past admissions, the business office, and the head of school's suite. The office has a hard line, Marcy said. Separate from faculty lounge, Victor said. We don't have time. We don't have emergency services either. She was already moving. The main office door took 3 tries because her hands were shaking and the key stuck in the lock. Inside, it smelled like copier toner, carpet glue, and the faint perfume of daytime staff. Desk chairs sat pushed in. A little bowl of wrapped mints waited at reception. Someone had left a mug that said teachers change the world beside a monitor gone black. Marcy grabbed the phone. I watched her face. Nothing. She pressed the hook, pressed buttons, checked the cord under the desk. Then she cursed so softly it was almost polite. Dead, I asked. Dead. Victor crossed to the wall panel beside the copier, opened it, and shined his light inside. A bundle of cables hung there, some labeled, some not. One thick gray line had been unplugged from a small backup unit. Not cut, unplugged, deliberate, neat. Marcy saw it and went very still. Who has access to this room? I asked. She laughed once. Everyone important. Victor shut the panel. That tells us somebody planned for communication failure. Or somebody wanted quiet, Marcy said. From the lobby came a sound like glass tapping glass. 3 light clicks. We froze again. Victor killed his flashlight so fast the darkness slapped over us. Another click, then another. I pictured a hand at the front doors, a face close to the rain-streaked glass. Someone who knew the layout, someone patient enough to cut phones and speak through speakers. Victor eased to the office doorway and looked out. A long second passed. Then he turned the flashlight back on, pointing it low. Flag rope, he said. What? I whispered. He aimed the beam toward the lobby windows. Outside, the courtyard flag had come loose in the wind. Its metal clip was striking the pole, and the sound echoed through the glass. Click, 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 a stupid thing, a real thing. My body didn't forgive it. My hands still shook. Marcy pushed past Victor. Basement. Now. We went back through the lobby, past the chapel corridor on the left, past the trophy case, where last year's lacrosse photo leaned crooked because no one had replaced the backing. The service door to the basement was beneath the west stairwell, painted the same beige as the wall. It had no sign, just a dent near the handle from years of carts banging into it. Marcy unlocked it. A smell came up immediately. Wet concrete, old heat, rust, and underneath that, sharper now, the same overheated plastic odor from classroom 13. The stairs down were narrower than the main stairwell. Victor went first, flashlight in one hand, pry tool in the other. Marcy followed, one hand dragging along the wall. I went last and hated every step. At the bottom, the basement ran east-west under the building. To the right, west, was the laundry room and old gym storage. To the left, east, the corridor narrowed toward the boiler room and the foundation under the middle school wing. Overhead pipes ran low enough that Victor had to duck. Condensation ticked into puddles. The emergency lights down here were worse than upstairs, one red bulb every 30 feet, with darkness pooled between them. Second attempt, the boiler room breaker and access cage. Marcy led us left. Boiler room straight ahead, she said. Electrical cage before it. If I can reset the access panel, maybe the hall lock releases. Victor said, the door is physically blocked. Maybe the maglock is still holding enough to jam it. Maybe the ventilation comes back. Maybe we buy the kid air. Maybe. That was the word holding the building together. We passed the old gym storage door. Inside, basketball racks and folded chairs made stacked shadows behind chain link. Farther down, the floor sloped slightly. Water ran in a thread along the seam where wall met floor, heading for a drain that gurgled now, and then like something swallowing. Halfway down the corridor, Marcy stopped so suddenly, I bumped into her. What? I said. Her flashlight, she had taken a small one from her pocket, shook over the wall. A maintenance panel hung open. Inside were wires and a small black box with no school label, mounted with fresh screws. A cable ran from it up into the ceiling. That yours? Victor asked. No, he leaned closer. Signal booster, maybe local PA override, the speaker, I said. Victor nodded once. Marcy looked at him. You said maybe like you've seen it before. I've seen devices like it. At schools, at places with money. That was not an answer. We kept moving. The electrical cage was made of chain link with a padlock and a battered sign that said authorized personnel only. Marcy had the key. For once, something worked. The padlock opened with a rusty pop, and she shoved the gate inward. Inside, the breaker panels lined the wall in gray columns. Most were labeled in black marker. Lights 2 ND FL E cafeteria. Gym AUX. Old wing HVAC. A portable battery backup unit sat on a shelf beneath the phone relay box, its status screen dark. Marcy opened the panel for the middle school wing. Hold the light, she told me. I held it. My arm started trembling almost immediately, not from weight, from adrenaline, and the beam jittered across her hands as she scanned labels. Don't shake, she said. I'm trying. Try better. Victor stood at the cage door watching the corridor. Marcy flipped one breaker off, waited, then back on. Something clicked overhead. Far away, a motor tried to start and failed with a low grinding moan. Again. Nothing. She tried a second panel, then a third. Sweat ran down the side of her face, catching in the lines around her mouth. Her sweatshirt was dark at the collar. She looked older in the basement light, and angrier too. The backup feed isn't taking, she said. Main panels locked out. By outage, I asked. By a manual switch. Victor's head turned. Marcy pointed to a metal lever behind a clear plastic cover. The cover was cracked. The lever had been pulled down and secured with another zip tie. This one wasn't clipped. It was tight, white new. I thought of the piece outside classroom 13. Someone shut it off, I said. Marcy reached for her utility knife. Victor grabbed her wrist. She glared at him. You want to lose that hand? Don't flip it yet. Why? Because if someone locked out power manually, they may have done it to prevent a short or a fire, or to keep doors locked and phones dead, or both. From upstairs, faint but unmistakable through the pipes and walls, came Tessa's voice calling for us. Not words, tone. urgent. Then a banging sound. Once, twice, 3 times. We all ran, not back upstairs, toward the boiler room, because the banging came from ahead and above, traveling through metal. The corridor narrowed past the electrical cage. The ceiling dropped lower. Heat thickened. The boiler room door stood open. Inside, the old boiler squatted in the center like a rusted furnace from another century, though the newer heating units were bolted along the side wall. Pipes crowded the ceiling. Some were wrapped in torn insulation. The room smelled worse here: hot dust, damp brick, and melting plastic. Victor swept his light over the walls. "There," he said. Behind the boiler, half hidden by a stack of old filters and 2 broken floor buffers, was a low metal hatch about 3 feet high. It had no handle on the outside, just a recessed pull and a keypad mounted beside it. The keypad was dead. Marcy stared at it. "That was walled over." "When?" I asked. "Before my time." Victor moved the filters aside. The cardboard scraped across concrete. Something small skittered behind the boiler, and I flinched so hard my shoulder hit a pipe. A rat shot across the floor and vanished under the steps. Marcy gave me a look, not mocking, worried. "I know," I said. "I know." Victor tried the hatch. Locked. Marcy got down on one knee, searching her keys again. "If this goes to an observation closet, it has to come up behind 13. Or beside it," Victor said. "Old schools have weird retrofits. Don't say that like this is normal." He didn't. Marcy found a key that fit the recessed lock beneath the keypad. It turned halfway and stuck. "Damn it." Victor wedged his pry tool under the hatch edge. "Wait," I said. They both looked at me. I pointed to the bottom seam. A wire ran across it. Thin, clear-coated, almost invisible unless the flashlight hit it just right. It was taped to the floor on one side and disappeared into the hatch frame on the other. Victor crouched. "Door contact," he said. "Alarm?" Marcy asked. Maybe what else?" He peeled the tape back enough to see a small magnetic sensor. "Not explosive," he said. "Comforting," I said. "It tells someone if the hatch opens." Marcy held up her knife. "Then someone's about to get a notification." She cut the wire. Somewhere in the building, a buzzer screamed, not loud at first. A single electronic pulse from above us. Then the hallway speaker system woke again, this time with feedback that scraped down my spine. The unknown man's voice returned. "You need to stop." Victor shoved the pry tool into the hatch seam. "Open it." Marcy turned the key again while Victor lifted. Metal shrieked. The hatch popped inward 3 inches, then jammed. A smell rolled out. Stale air, dust, heat, and something else, bleach. Not cleaning bleach, stronger, fresh. The crawl space beyond was maybe 4 feet high, brick on one side, concrete on the other, with pipes running along the ceiling and a narrow strip of plywood laid over dirt. It sloped east toward the foundation under classroom 13. My chest locked. I could not do that. I knew it with complete clarity. I could stand in a basement. I could hold a flashlight. I could call myself a coward later in the shower. But I could not crawl into a dark utility space, barely wider than my shoulders, while the hatch closed behind me. Marcy saw it before I said anything. "Victor goes," she said. Victor shook his head. "I won't fit past the pipe junction." "You knew that before you brought us here," I suspected. Marcy turned to me. I hated her a little in that second because she didn't lie to me. She didn't tell me it would be okay. She just looked sorry. Above us, Tessa shouted something through the building. This time, I heard one word clearly. Worse. Leo was worse. I got down on my knees. The concrete was wet. It soaked through my pants immediately. My wrist throbbed where I'd caught the rail. The hatch opening looked like a mouth cut into the bottom of the school. Marcy crouched beside me. You go 20 feet, maybe 30. There should be a vertical service shaft. You find the latch, open it, and if you can't, you come right back. What if it closes? It won't. What if it does? She took her key ring from her belt and pressed it into my palm. The weight surprised me. Then you have my keys, she said. Victor handed me the flashlight. Keep it low. Don't touch exposed wires. If you smell smoke, back out. What if I see someone? He hesitated. That was enough answer. I crawled in. The space scraped my shoulders at once. Dust puffed up under my hands and stuck to my wet palms. The plywood flexed under my weight. Pipes ticked overhead with trapped heat. The flashlight beam showed brick, cable bundles, mouse droppings, old gum wrappers, a plastic water bottle crushed flat and gray with dust. Behind me, Marcy said, "You're doing good." I moved forward, one hand, knee, other hand, other knee. The crawl space bent slightly right after 10 feet. The hatch light behind me thinned. The air grew warmer. My breathing grew louder, too loud, bouncing off brick. My brain started counting exits, even though there was only one behind me and maybe one ahead. I tried to think of Leo instead. Leo with his chest hurting. Leo asking us not to turn the lights off. At 15 feet, the plywood ended. My left knee dropped into damp dirt. I hissed. "You okay?" Marcy called. "Fine." At 20 feet, the space narrowed where a cluster of pipes dipped low. Victor had been right. He couldn't have fit. I had to flatten myself and slide under, cheek nearly against the dirt. Something sharp caught my sleeve and tore it. My shoulder scraped brick. Pain bloomed hot. Then my flashlight hit a shoe. I stopped breathing. A black dress shoe lay ahead of me, toe pointed sideways, heel against the wall. For one awful second, I thought there was a body attached. There was, just the shoe, empty, one lace missing. Beside it was an ID badge on a blue lanyard, half buried in dust. I reached for it. The photo showed a man in his 30s with tired eyes and a clipped beard. The name beneath it read, Aaron Pike, Student Support Consultant. Student Support. I turned it over. The back had a swipe card, cracked down the middle. "Daniel," Marcy called, farther away now. I opened my mouth to answer. Then I heard movement ahead. Not a rat, too heavy. A shift of weight, a breath, fabric brushing concrete. My flashlight beam shook across the crawl space and found nothing but brick and pipes and a dark square ahead where the space opened upward. "Someone's here," I whispered. "What?" Marcy called. The movement stopped. Then, from behind me, the hatch slammed shut. Darkness punched in from the rear. Marcy shouted my name, muffled now by metal. I twisted, panic exploding through me so fast I banged my head on a pipe. White sparks burst across my vision. The flashlight clattered from my hand, rolled, and pointed sideways into the dirt. I heard Victor yelling, Marcy yelling, metal banging from the other side. The hatch didn't open. A voice came from somewhere ahead of me, close enough that I could hear the spit in his mouth. Keep crawling, Daniel. I froze. The voice was male. Calm, the same voice from the speaker. My shoulder burned. My head throbbed. Dirt pressed into my palms. Behind me, the way back was sealed. Ahead, the narrow shaft climbed toward classroom 13, and whoever was waiting in the dark. The flashlight flickered once, then steadied on Aaron Pike's cracked badge. And I understood I had passed the point where turning around meant getting out. The voice ahead of me knew my name. That was what my brain kept catching on, even while the rest of me wanted to kick and claw backward toward the sealed hatch. Not the dark, not the pipe pressing into my bruised shoulder, not the warm, bleach-thick air coating my tongue. My name. Keep crawling, Daniel. I didn't move. The flashlight lay sideways in the dirt, beam aimed at Aaron Pike's cracked ID badge. His photographed face stared up from the dust with that tired employee smile people wear when they're trying not to show they already regret taking the job. Behind me, Marcy slammed something against the hatch. Daniel, her voice came through metal and concrete, warped thin. Can you hear me? Yes, I shouted, too loud. The crawl space threw it back into my mouth. The man ahead made a small sound. Not laughter. Amusement, maybe. Tell them you're fine, he said. I grabbed the flashlight. My hand shook hard enough that the beam hopped over brick, pipes, dirt, and the black square of the vertical shaft ahead. Who are you? Someone trying to keep a bad night from becoming worse. That's not a name. No, it is. I inched backward. My boots scraped dirt. The flashlight beam caught movement ahead, a hand first, pale and bare. Fingers hooked around the frame of the shaft opening. Then, part of a face leaned into view from above, lit from below in a way that made his features look carved wrong. He was maybe late 30s or early 40s. Male, white, short hair damp with sweat. A small cut marked the side of his jaw. The man was Aaron Pike, 38 male, the student support consultant from the ID badge, though the badge in front of me was cracked and his shirt collar was torn. He looked real, hurt, and very much alive. For a second, relief tried to start. Then I saw the box cutter in his right hand, not raised like a movie knife, held low, practical, blade out. Dropped your badge, I said. I know, you're Aaron. He blinked slowly. You shouldn't have come in here. There's a kid dying in that room. He's not dying. He says his chest hurts. He has anxiety. Then why is it hot in there? Aaron's mouth tightened. Above and behind him, from somewhere through the shaft, I heard a child cough. Leo, closer now. The hidden route did connect to the room, or to whatever they had built beside it. Another bang hit the hatch behind me. Victor's voice came through this time. Daniel, get clear. Get clear of what? Aaron looked past me toward the hatch. For the first time, his calm cracked. Don't let them force that. Why? There are wires near the frame. Alarm wires, not just alarm wires. My stomach folded. From above, Tessa's voice carried faintly through the shaft. Leo, stay with me. Keep talking. Leo answered with a wheeze. That decided it. Not cleanly. Not bravely. It just shoved me past thinking. I grabbed Aaron's badge from the dirt and crawled forward. Aaron lowered the box cutter. Stop. No, I said stop. I swung the flashlight at his hand. In a narrow crawl space, there's no room for good fighting. No stance. No dramatic blow. The flashlight clipped his wrist, not hard enough to break anything, but enough to make him hiss and pull back. The box cutter scraped brick. I shoved forward on my elbows, scraping both forearms raw. Aaron kicked at me from the shaft opening. His heel caught my shoulder where the brick had already torn it. Pain went bright and hot. My chin hit the plywood. Dirt filled my mouth. Behind me, metal shrieked. The hatch was being forced. Aaron panicked. He turned upward, grabbing at something inside the shaft. That gave me a few seconds. I crawled the last 5 feet. The vertical shaft was barely wide enough for a person. Rusted ladder rungs had been bolted into one side, the bottom 2 flecked with fresh scratches. Warm air rolled down it. Above, maybe 6 feet up, was a square opening with a thin line of amber light. A closet. Observation closet. Aaron stood half in the shaft, 1 foot on a rung, 1 on a concrete lip. I grabbed his ankle. He kicked again. This time his boot hit my forehead. The world popped white. I let go. For a few seconds, I was nowhere useful. Just pain, breath, dirt, and the sound of my own throat making an ugly animal noise. Then I heard Leo. Please. Not loud. Not even directed at me, maybe. But it came from above. I grabbed the first rung. Aaron slashed downward with the box cutter. The blade caught the sleeve Marcy had already seen torn and opened the fabric across my forearm. A shallow cut, but it burned instantly. Blood ran warm down to my wrist. I didn't let go. I climbed. 1 rung. Aaron kicked. I tucked my head. 2 rungs. My bruised wrist nearly folded under my weight. 3. Behind me, the hatch finally gave with a metallic bang, and Marcy's voice burst into the crawl space. Daniel. Here, I shouted. Aaron Pike's alive. He's got a blade. That changed the air. I heard Victor swear. Aaron's face twisted. You idiot. He scrambled upward into the closet. I followed because stopping would mean thinking about the height, the dark, the blood on my arm, the fact that if I fell backward, I'd land spine first in a utility crawl under a school that wasn't supposed to exist on paper. My head rose through the opening into a cramped room no bigger than a pantry. It had a chair bolted to the floor, a small desk, a wall of monitors, most dark, a vent fan spinning weakly behind a clogged grill, and a wide one-way observation window looking into classroom 13. On the other side of the glass, Leo sat on the floor with his back against an overturned desk shoved near the hall door. He was a small boy, maybe 11, pale, sweaty hair plastered to his forehead. His school blazer lay beside him. His tie was loose around his neck. The room beyond him looked like a classroom only at first glance. Desks, whiteboard, a cabinet, but the corners had cameras. The window to the outside had been covered from inside with black paper. A metal cabinet near the heater was open, and several plastic jugs sat beneath it, one tipped on its side. The chemical smell made sense. Cleaning chemicals, stored wrong, maybe spilled, heated by a stuck radiator or portable unit. No supernatural room, no impossible child, just negligence, secrecy, and heat. Aaron grabbed the desk in the observation closet and shoved it toward the shaft opening. I barely got my elbow out before it jammed over the hole. Below, Victor shouted, "Move." "I can't." I shouted back. Aaron turned to the monitors and ripped a cable from the back of one. The hallway speaker above us popped, then died. The school went quieter. He had been using this room to talk through the PA. Tessa's voice sounded through the hall door now, muffled from the classroom side. "Leo, Daniel's clothes." "Look at me, okay?" Leo's head lolled. "No." I pushed up with my shoulder against the desk, blocking the shaft. It didn't move. Aaron came at me again, box cutter low, face shining with sweat. "You don't understand what happened here," he said. "You locked him in." "I didn't lock him in. I was trying to get him out. You cut the power to stop the heater circuit. You unplugged the phones." He said nothing. That told me the answer wasn't clean. I backed into the wall. There was nowhere else to go. The observation closet smelled like hot electronics, bleach, and fear sweat. My flashlight flickered in my bloody hand. Aaron pointed the blade at me, but his eyes kept jumping to Leo through the glass. "He saw things," Aaron said. "He recorded things. Crane would bury it. Victor would bury it. The school would bury all of it. So you trapped him." I panicked. The word came out shredded. For 1 second, he looked like a man whose good intentions had curdled into something unforgivable, and I almost wanted him to explain. But Leo coughed again and folded sideways onto the tile. The time for explanations ended. I threw the flashlight at the observation window. It bounced off. Thick glass. Aaron lunged. I ducked badly. The blade caught my upper arm this time, deeper than the first cut. Pain burst down to my fingers. I slammed my shoulder into him because there was no room to punch. We crashed into the bolted chair. My hip hit the metal edge. He grunted. The box cutter dropped. We both saw it. He went for it. I went for him. I grabbed his shirt collar and pulled backward. He elbowed me in the mouth. My teeth clicked together. Copper filled my tongue. He got the cutter. Below, Marcy's keys rattled. "Daniel, the desk." I looked down. A hand had reached through the narrow gap around the desk, blocking the shaft. Marcy's hand. She had shoved the key ring upward, fingers scraped and bleeding from forcing through. "Cabinet key," she gasped. "Try all of them." "What cabinet? Anything locked?" Aaron saw the keys. "No," he said. He came toward me again. I kicked the bolted chair. Not at him. At the desk. The chair didn't move much, but the metal foot caught the desk leg and shifted it 1/2 inch. From below, Victor rammed upward with something heavy. The desk jumped. Aaron grabbed it, trying to keep the shaft sealed. That gave me Marcy's keys. They hit my chest. I caught them badly, dropped them, snatched them from the floor. The observation closet had one door. It opened into classroom 13, but it was locked with a deadbolt from our side and a keypad played above it. The keypad was dark. The deadbolt was old brass. A door, a real door. I crawled to it on my knees while Aaron fought the desk behind me. My hands were slick with blood, and the first key slipped. Wrong. Second wrong. Third didn't fit. Leo wasn't moving now. Tessa's voice rose from the hall. "Leo, tap the door if you hear me." Nothing. "Come on," I whispered. Fourth key. Wrong. Fifth. The lock turned halfway and stuck. Aaron slammed into me from behind. My forehead hit the door. I tasted blood again. The key bent but didn't break. He grabbed my wrist. "If you open that, they win," he hissed. "The kid lives. He tells them nothing. They'll make him nothing. He can be alive and tell them nothing. He can't do either dead. That landed. His grip loosened for half a second. I turned the key the rest of the way. The deadbolt snapped back. Aaron made a sound like grief. Then the desk at the shaft flipped hard enough to crack against the wall. Victor's arm came through, then his shoulder. He was too big for the crawl space, but adrenaline and bad angles had made him smaller somehow. Marcy was behind him, cursing in short, breathless bursts. Aaron stepped backward toward the monitors. Victor climbed into the closet and pointed his flashlight straight at him. Drop it. Aaron still had the box cutter. Victor didn't have a gun, or if he did, he didn't draw it. Maybe because the room was too tight. Maybe because he wasn't official enough for that. Maybe because even men who look ready for controlled rooms still know a blade and a panicked man are ugly at 3 feet. Drop it, Victor repeated. Aaron looked through the observation glass at Leo, then at me. Then he turned and punched a red button beneath the monitor shelf. A fan roared somewhere. In classroom 13, the radiator unit under the window clanged. The lights inside snapped brighter, then flickered. The smell intensified. Marcy shoved past Victor and grabbed my shoulder. Open the door. I pushed the observation closet door inward. It opened 6 inches and hit something. The overturned desk in classroom 13. Of course. Leo had dragged it there, or someone had. Leo, I yelled through the gap. If you can hear me, move your leg away from the door. No response. Marcy threw her weight against the door. I joined her. It scraped the desk across tile an inch at a time. Tessa shouted from the hallway side, hearing us inside now. Push toward me, she yelled. We pushed. The gap widened. Warm air slapped my face. I squeezed through first because I was still the smallest, falling onto the classroom floor on my bad shoulder. Pain flared so hard I nearly vomited. The room was hotter than the hall, not oven hot, but wrong for a classroom at night, thick with chemical fumes and old radiator heat. My eyes watered at once. Leo lay 6 feet away, curled beside the teacher's desk. I crawled to him. He was conscious. Barely. His eyes tracked me, unfocused. Hey, I said, and my voice broke. Hey, Leo, I'm Daniel. His lips moved. Janitor. Yeah, that's me. Tessa was pounding from the hallway door. Move the desk. Marcy and I dragged it away together. My injured arm didn't work right. Every pull sent pain down my side. The desk legs screamed over tile. From behind us, in the observation closet, Victor and Aaron collided. A grunt. A crash into monitors. Glass cracked. Marcy looked back. Go, I shouted. She unlocked the hallway door from the classroom side, fingers working through keys, until the latch finally released. Tessa came in immediately, low and fast, medical bag banging against her hip. Crane appeared behind her in the red hallway light, face empty with shock. Tessa dropped beside Leo. Pulse is fast, she said. Leo, I'm Nurse Grant. I'm putting this mask near your mouth, okay? Don't fight me. She fitted the spacer and inhaler. 1 puff. Wait, another. Get him out of the fumes, she said. Marcy and I lifted him. He weighed almost nothing. That was the worst part. All that fear around him, all those adults, all that money and stone and policy. And he was just a child in a sweat-soaked shirt with 1 shoe missing. We carried him toward the hall. Behind us, Aaron screamed. Not anger, pain. I turned. Victor had Aaron pinned against the observation closet wall, but Aaron's hand was inside the monitor shelf, gripping loose wires. Sparks spat blue-white from the torn panel and roared harder. A monitor slid from the desk and shattered on the floor. "Let go," Victor shouted. Aaron's face was wet, tears or sweat, both. "You don't know what they did," Aaron said. Crane stood in the classroom doorway, staring at him. Aaron saw him. Everything in his face changed. "You," Aaron said. Crane backed up. Aaron lunged toward him. Victor tackled him from the side. They hit the observation glass together. It cracked in a spiderweb pattern, but held. Aaron's shoulder struck first. Victor's head hit after. He groaned and dropped to one knee. Aaron stumbled into the classroom, still holding the cutter. Marcy put herself between him and Leo. She had no weapon, just keys in one hand and a janitor's body that had worked through bad knees, bad backs, bad budgets, and men who thought locked doors made them powerful. "Aaron," she said. "Enough." He pointed the cutter, but his arm shook. Crane whispered, "Aaron, listen." Aaron barked a laugh, so sharp it sounded like a cough. "You made a room for children you didn't want parents to see." Crane said nothing. Tessa, still crouched over Leo, looked up. That sentence landed in all of us. Aaron took one step toward Crane. I grabbed the only thing near me, a plastic jug from the open cabinet. I threw it at his feet, not at his head, not heroic. I just needed him to look down. The jug burst against the tile, spilling clear liquid that splashed his shoes. Smelled like disinfectant concentrate, harsh enough to sting my nose. Aaron flinched. Marcy hit his wrist with her key ring. The box cutter flew. Victor, bleeding from the eyebrow now, surged from behind and drove Aaron into the floor, hard, not clean. Aaron's cheek hit tile. His knee twisted under him, and he screamed again. This time he stayed down. Victor pinned his arm behind his back. "Stop moving," Aaron sobbed into the floor. "He'll erase it." "No," Marcy said, breathing hard. "Not." The hallway, a phone rang. A real ring. Everyone froze. Tessa looked at me. "Service." I grabbed my phone with my bloody hand. One bar had returned. The screen lit with a missed emergency callback. Then it rang again. I answered before anyone could tell me not to. 911, what is your emergency? I laughed once. It came out wrong, almost a sob. There's a child injured at St. Anselm Preparatory in Bryn Mawr, I said. Middle school wing, second floor, classroom 13. We need ambulance and police. Now, Crane closed his eyes. Marcy sat down hard on the floor beside Leo, like her legs had finally filed a complaint. Tessa kept working. Victor held Aaron down, and Leo, pale and shaking but breathing, reached one small hand toward the hallway light. I took it. His fingers were hot. Outside, sirens had not started yet. The school was still mostly dark. The rain still tapped at the blacked-out windows. The room still stank of chemicals and old heat, and the kind of institutional rot that doesn't leave just because a door opens. But the door was open. Classroom 13 was open, and no one inside it could pretend it was empty anymore. The first siren didn't sound like rescue. Not from inside that room. It came faint at first, filtered through brick and rain, and the thick glass of blacked-out windows, a distant rise and fall that could have belonged to another town, another bad night, someone else's emergency. Then a second siren joined it. Then a third. By the time blue and red lights started dragging themselves across the classroom ceiling, Leo had stopped trying to sit up. That scared me more than the coughing had. Tessa Grant kept one hand on his shoulder and the other on his wrist, 2 fingers pressed to his pulse, while she spoke to him in that nurse voice people use when they are frightened, but refuse to let fear become the loudest thing in the room. Leo, look at the door for me. That's it. Can you tell me your birthday? He blinked slowly. His lips moved. No sound came out. He's tiring, Tessa said. Marcy Doyle was sitting on the floor beside the open hallway door, one knee pulled awkwardly under her, her face gray under the emergency lights. She had blood on her right hand from forcing it through the hatch gap. It had dried around her knuckles in dark lines. Her keys lay beside her shoe like something she had finally admitted was too heavy to carry. "Ambulance is coming," she said, though I don't think she was saying it to Leo. I stood by the teacher's desk, holding my cut arm against my chest. Blood had soaked through my torn sleeve and made my fingers sticky. My head throbbed where Aaron Pike's boot had caught me, and every time I breathed too deeply, my shoulder sent a clean line of pain down my back. The classroom looked worse under brighter light. That was the thing about it. In the red emergency glow, you could almost pretend shapes were worse than they were. Once Victor got the overhead lights working off a partial reset, everything became plain. Plain was uglier. The cameras in the corners were small black domes, the same kind parents ignored in school lobbies. The one-way glass into the observation closet had cracked across the middle where Aaron and Victor hid it, a spiderweb pattern spreading from a single white point. The bolted chair behind the glass sat facing the classroom like it had been waiting for someone to watch a lesson that wasn't a lesson. The heater under the covered window ticked and pinged as it cooled. A clear spill from the disinfectant jug shone on the tile, spreading under 2 student desks. Leo's blazer lay inside out near the baseboard. One of his shoes was under the whiteboard. Small things, ordinary things, worse than blood somehow. Aaron Pike was face down on the floor near the observation closet door, one wrist held behind his back by Victor Hale. Aaron wasn't fighting anymore. His cheek was pressed to the tile, and he kept saying the same thing into the floor. I tried to stop it. No one answered him. Crane stood in the hallway just beyond the threshold, not inside the room and not outside it either. He had one hand on the doorframe, like he needed the building to hold him upright. The blue police lights washed over his face in pulses. For the first time since I'd known him, he looked badly dressed. Tie crooked, hair loose, shirt untucked at one side. When the first 2 paramedics came in, the whole room changed shape around them. They were practical, loud without shouting. He didn't care about the school crest on the wall, or the plaque on the door, or Mr. Crane's title. One knelt beside Leo. The other started asking Tessa questions. How long exposed? Unknown, Tessa said. At least since before we found him. Chest tightness, wheezing, possible chemical inhalation, heat exposure, panic response. Any asthma history? I don't have his file, Crane said. The nurse's office has. The paramedic cut him off without looking up. Sir, step back. Crane stepped back. That was the first time I saw someone from outside the school give an order and have him obey it. Police came after. 3 officers first, then a sergeant with rainwater on the shoulders of her jacket. The sergeant was Captain Alina Ross, 49, female, from Lower Merion Township Police, calm in the flat way of someone who had seen rich people mistake confusion for innocence. She looked at Leo, then at Aaron, then at the observation glass. "What is this room?" she asked. Nobody answered quickly enough. Marcy did. "It's not on my custodial plan." Ross looked at Crane. "I asked what it is." Crane opened his mouth. Aaron laughed from the floor, a thin sound, broken. "It's where they put problems," he said. Victor tightened his grip. "Don't talk." Ross turned toward Victor. "You don't give instructions in my scene." Victor went quiet. That helped me breathe a little. The paramedics lifted Leo onto a soft stretcher. He made a sound when they moved him, a small hurt noise through the oxygen mask, and Tessa's face tightened like she had been struck. She walked beside them as they carried him out. At the door, Leo's hand moved, searching, confused. I reached before I thought. He caught 2 of my fingers. His hand was still too warm. "You did good," I told him. It was a stupid thing to say to a child who had survived adults. But he squeezed once, weakly, and then the paramedics carried him into the red hallway and toward the stairwell where more lights flashed below. After that, everything became slower. Police separated us. They put me in the faculty lounge with an officer and a bottle of water I couldn't open because my hand shook too badly. Someone had wrapped gauze around my upper arm, but blood still spotted through. My mouth was swollen from Aaron's elbow. My head hurt when I looked left. The faculty lounge had not changed. That bothered me. Same mugs in the sink, same graded quizzes, same floral plug-in. The dead beige phone still hung slightly crooked on the wall, as if it had only been pretending to be important. An officer asked me to tell him what happened from the beginning. I tried. I got as far as the bell going off at 9:17, then had to stop because my throat closed around the memory of Leo's cough. The officer waited. No dramatic sympathy. No pushing. Just waiting with a pen over his notebook. So I started again. I told him about the chime, the open door, the failed 911 call, the dead landline, the basement, the zip ties, the crawl space, Aaron's badge, the observation closet. I told him Aaron had said he tried to stop it. I told him Crane had called it a disciplinary hold. The officer's pen paused there. What exact words did he use? Disciplinary hold, supervised separation, temporary, for student safety. The officer wrote every word. When he asked if I had recorded anything, I remembered my phone. My stomach dropped. The recording app had stopped because of storage. I had no idea what it captured. My phone was in a clear evidence bag by then, taken from me after they photographed my injuries. I told him I had hit record before the first failed call. He nodded. We'll recover what we can. What if it didn't save? Then we still have the room. I looked through the lounge doorway toward the corridor. The room. That was the evidence now. Not my word against theirs. Not Marcy's, not Tessa's. The room itself had been opened. Near midnight, a detective came in and asked me if I could identify the object Victor removed from outside the classroom earlier. I described the clipped zip tie. White plastic, found near the hinge side. Victor had put it in his jacket. The detective's expression did not change. "We recovered it," she said. "From him, from his jacket." That was all she gave me. Around 1:30 a.m., a doctor at Bryn Mawr Hospital called Tessa, and Tessa told Marcy. And Marcy told me while I sat on the curb outside the middle school entrance with a foil blanket over my shoulders. Leo was stable. Chemical irritation, heat stress, panic-induced breathing complications, bruising on one shin, dehydration. They were keeping him overnight. Stable did not mean fine. We all knew that. His parents arrived before the tow truck that took Aaron away. I never saw their faces clearly, only shapes through rain and emergency lights. A woman in a long coat running toward the ambulance bay area, a man in dress pants and no jacket arguing with an officer, both of them smaller somehow than the anger around them. Aaron Pike was taken out last. He walked badly, with one knee twisted and his hands cuffed in front because his shoulder was injured. He had stopped talking. When police guided him past me, he looked over once. I expected hatred or pleading. Instead, he looked exhausted. "They'll say I'm crazy," he said. One officer told him to keep moving. I didn't answer, because maybe he was unstable. Maybe he had panicked. Maybe he had trapped a child while trying to expose a room built to trap children. Two things can be true and still not cancel each other out. Crane wasn't handcuffed that night. That bothered Marcy more than anything. "They let him leave," she said, standing under the awning with a bandage around her hand. "They took his statement," I said. "They let him leave. He went with his lawyer." She made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "Course he did. Victor Hale was detained longer, then released at dawn. I watched him cross the wet parking lot with a split eyebrow and no jacket. He did not look at me. Later, I heard his firm suspended him. Later than that, I heard they said he had acted outside protocol. That phrase again. Protocol. Like a word could mop up a floor. St. Anselm closed for 2 days. Officially, it was due to a facility's emergency and ongoing cooperation with authorities. Parents got an email before sunrise. Local news vans were outside by breakfast. By noon, somebody had leaked the phrase Classroom 13, and by evening, there were blurry photos of the middle school building online, taken from Montgomery Avenue through wet tree branches. I didn't go back for a week, not because I was fired. They put me on paid leave, which sounded generous until I realized it was also convenient. A man from Human Resources called and used my first name too often. He asked if I needed counseling. He asked if I had spoken to any media. He asked if I remembered signing a confidentiality agreement when I was hired. I told him I remembered a child coughing behind a locked door. He stopped using my first name after that. My injuries were boring on paper. 14 stitches in my upper arm, a shallow cut on my forearm, bruised ribs, mild concussion, strained wrist, scraped knees. They gave me antibiotics and a sheet about head injuries and told me to come back if I vomited or got confused. Nobody gives you a sheet for crawling into a place your body still thinks it hasn't escaped. At home, I slept with the bedroom door open and the hallway light on. I kept waking because the building pipes in my apartment clicked when the heat came on. And each time I was back under the school, cheek against dirt, hearing Aaron say my name from the dark. Marcy called every morning. She never asked if I was okay. She asked practical things. You eat? Yeah. Real food? Toast. Toast is not food. Toast is building material. On the 5th day, she came over with soup in a plastic container and sat at my tiny kitchen table while I pretended not to notice her hand shaking when she lifted her spoon. They put Crane on administrative leave, she said. That mean anything. It means his office keycard doesn't work while lawyers decide how much he knew. What about the room? Sealed, police tape. Evidence text came twice. Aaron, charged with unlawful restraint, assault, tampering with communications. Maybe more. He said he tried to stop it. Marcy stared into her soup. People can try to stop a fire and still pour gasoline. We sat with that for a while. Rain ticked against my apartment window, lighter than that night, but close enough to make my shoulder ache. What happens to classroom 13? I asked. Marcy wiped her mouth with a napkin. School says it was a student support intervention space installed during a pilot program 5 years ago. That's what they're calling it. That's what their lawyer is calling it. Parents know. Some do now. And before, she looked at me. That was answer enough. Leo came back to school 3 weeks later, though not to classes at first. His parents pulled him from St. Anselm before the month ended. I saw him once before that, outside the nurse's office, wearing a hoodie instead of the school blazer. He looked smaller without the uniform. His mother stood beside him with one hand on his shoulder and eyes that had learned not to trust hallways. He saw me across the lobby. I raised a hand. He raised 2 fingers back, barely. That was all. It was enough and not enough. When I returned to work, the school tried very hard to feel normal. The floors still needed buffing. Trash still filled with half-eaten granola bars and crumpled worksheets. The chapel still smelled like candle wax and old stone. 6th graders still left water bottles everywhere, as if hydration were something that happened by accident. Life kept moving because life is rude that way. But normal had seems now. The middle school wing stayed closed for renovations, though everyone knew no renovation crew was working after the first week. The door to classroom 13 had been removed entirely, leaving only plywood over the frame and a temporary padlock through a metal hasp. The brass plaque disappeared. Someone painted over the outline, but if you stood close, you could still see where it had been. A cleaner rectangle in the varnish, a missing tooth. The observation closet was sealed from both sides. At least that's what they told us. Marcy stopped joking about ghosts. That was how I knew it had hurt her. She was still Marcy. She still yelled at kids for leaving smoothie cups in the library. She still made me redo the cafeteria corners if I rushed them. But sometimes, when a classroom door was locked from the inside and nobody answered right away, she would put one hand flat against it and listen before using her keys. Crane resigned in December. The email said he was pursuing opportunities in educational consulting. I read that line 3 times. Aaron's case dragged. There were hearings, motions, sealed filings because minors were involved. His lawyer claimed he had discovered improper isolation practices and tried to gather proof. Prosecutors claimed he created the immediate danger by disabling phones, cutting power, and using Leo as leverage after a confrontation with Crane went wrong. Both versions had evidence. That was the worst part. The world did not split neatly into monster and rescuer. It gave us adults making choices in small rooms, each choice explained by the previous one, until a child couldn't breathe. In January, Marcy found something in my locker, a flash drive. No note, no envelope, just a black USB drive tucked inside my spare work gloves. We didn't plug it in at school. We weren't that stupid anymore. We took it to Captain Ross. She looked tired when we handed it over, the kind of tired that comes from learning institutions have basements even when their maps don't show them. "Where did you get this?" she asked. "My locker," I said. "Who has access?" "Too many people." She bagged it. Weeks later, she told us only that it contained video files relevant to the investigation. She would not say from what dates. She would not say who appeared in them. She would not say whether Aaron put it there. So that remains the thread. Maybe Aaron hid copies before everything went wrong. Maybe someone else did. Maybe someone who had watched from the observation closet for years decided, finally, to pass the watching on. By spring, St. Anselm had new policies, new locks, new language, wellness support, transparent procedures, parent notification. They installed cameras in places cameras made sense and removed them from places they never should have been. They held a listening session in the auditorium where no one listened well. I still worked nights. People ask why. Not directly, usually. They ask with their faces when I tell them I stayed. The truth is practical. Rent exists. Jobs with benefits exist less often. And part of me didn't want to leave Marcy alone with the building. Some nights are almost ordinary again. I push my cart through the halls. I empty pencil shavings. I scrape gum from under desks. I hear rain against high windows and the far hum of vending machines. My shoulder aches when the weather changes. My arm's scars itch under my uniform sleeve. At 9:17 p.m., I still notice the clocks. Every time. The bell system was replaced after the investigation. Digital panels, new speakers, new contractor. The old chime is gone. But once, 2 months after Classroom 13 was sealed, I was mopping outside the middle school wing when the new PA clicked on. Just clicked. No chime, no voice. A single tap in the speaker above the hall. I stood there with the mop handle in both hands, listening to the water drip back into the bucket. Then Marcy's radio crackled from my belt. "You hear that?" I looked at the plywood where the door used to be. "Yes," I said, a long pause. Then she said, "Don't go alone." And I didn't. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work at a Funeral Home. and one body keeps changing positions. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed was the shoe. Not the body, not the sheet, not the way the overhead fluorescent light flickered twice above prep room 2 like it was thinking about quitting. Just the shoe, angled wrong beneath the stainless steel table, toe pointed toward the floor drain instead of the ceiling tiles. One black Oxford, polished, laced, quiet as a held breath. I had tied those laces myself 20 minutes earlier, double knotting them because Mr. Harlan's daughter had specifically asked that he look put together, but not stiff, which is the sort of impossible request grieving people make when they need control over something, anything. I work at Wexler and Sons Funeral Home in Burlington, Vermont, a brick building with a green awning and a cracked side lot that fills with maple leaves every October, no matter how often we sweep. My name is Daniel Mercer. I'm 32, male, and I'm not a funeral director, not officially. I'm a prep assistant, which means I do the work people imagine and the work they don't. Carrying, cleaning, dressing, logging personal effects, setting up chairs, printing prayer cards, wiping fingerprints off casket lids before families come in. That night, my everyday problem was simple. I wanted to finish Mr. Harlan's viewing setup before the snow got worse, drive home before midnight, and pretend I wasn't checking my phone every 10 minutes to see if my younger sister had texted me back. She hadn't. She was 26, stubborn, newly sober, and angry at me for asking too many questions. My private flaw, if you want the honest version, is that I mistake watching people for protecting them. Working around the dead made that worse, not better. There is no one easier to supervise than someone who can't get up and leave. The prep room was warm in the wrong way. Not hot, just overworked. The kind of heat that comes from old pipes in an old building, humming behind plaster, and pushing dry air into places that should stay cool. The ventilation fan above the embalming station made its usual soft rattle. Somewhere beyond the wall, the ice machine in the arrangement lounge dropped a batch of cubes with a plastic clatter. I stood there holding a lint roller in one hand, looking at that shoe. Mr. Harlan had not been difficult to dress. That is something people don't think about, but bodies can be difficult. A shoulder stiffens. A hand won't settle. Clothing catches on skin that no longer helps you. Mr. Harlan, 81, male, former high school principal according to the obituary draft, had been light from illness and cooperative in the practical, heartbreaking way of the recently dead. He had come to us from the hospital at UVM Medical Center just after lunch. Natural causes. Paperwork clean. Identification band checked twice. When I had left the room, he was straight on the table. Hands folded at the abdomen. Shoes aligned. Sheet pulled to mid-chest because I still had to brush a bit of lint from his suit jacket. Now one foot was rotated outward, almost casually, like he had crossed and uncrossed his ankles while I was gone. "Don't do that," I said aloud. Not to him exactly, to the room. The building answered with a pipe knock somewhere under the floor. I walked closer, slowly enough to annoy myself. There are 100 explanations for a body shifting. Muscle release, table angle, someone bumping the frame, a shoe slipping because the heel caught wrong. I knew all that. I told myself all of it in the 4 steps between the supply counter and the table. Then I saw his left hand. It wasn't folded anymore. It rested beside his hip, palm down, fingers slightly curled over the sheet as if he had been reaching for the table edge. I stopped. The lint roller made a soft, sticky click in my grip. "Daniel," a voice called from the hall. "You still in too?" That was Caroline Wexler, 46, female, owner, and licensed funeral director, granddaughter of the original Wexler, who had opened the place in 1958. Caroline moved through grief the way some people move through kitchens, efficiently and without banging anything. She wore dark slacks, low heels, and reading glasses on a chain she always forgot she had. Her gift was making families feel like the whole world had narrowed down to their loss, and she had personally cleared a path through it. "Yeah," I said. My voice came out too flat. She appeared in the doorway, holding a clipboard against her chest. "I need you to check the Harlan Register book. The daughter wants beloved father and educator on the first page, not beloved father, educator, and friend. Apparently friend is complicated." She saw my face before she saw the table. "What?" I pointed with the lint roller, which was ridiculous, but my hand had chosen that. "Did you come in here?" Caroline glanced at Mr. Harlan. Her eyebrows drew together, not dramatically, just enough. "No, did Miles. Miles is out front, salting the walkway." She stepped inside and lowered her voice, because lowering your voice around the dead becomes a habit, even when you know they don't mind. "Why?" I left him positioned. "He looks positioned." His hand was folded. Caroline looked at the hand, then at me, then at the wheels of the table. The prep table had locking casters. The left rear lock was engaged. The right rear was not. That bothered me immediately because I was fussy about locks. Too fussy. Caroline knew it too. "You sure?" she asked. I nodded. She walked around the table and checked the brake with the toe of her shoe. It clicked down. "Maybe you thought you locked it." "I did lock it, Daniel. I did." She sighed through her nose, not dismissive, just tired. It was a Tuesday in January, and we had 3 services by Friday, 2 removals pending, a cracked furnace sensor, and a family in Colchester arguing over whether their mother should wear pearls she had apparently hated in life. "Bodies shift," Caroline said. "I know, especially after transport." "I know." "Then you know the answer." I wanted to accept that answer because it was normal, and normal is the most valuable currency in a funeral home. Families bring us chaos, and we return order. Names spelled right, flowers placed neatly, lip color matched to an old photo. We deal in the illusion that something can be fixed after it has ended. But I was still looking at his hand. A sound came from the hall then, the side door banging shut, followed by boots scraping hard on the mat. "Salt's down," Miles called. "Nobody can sue us unless they try really hard." Miles Carney, 24, male, part-time assistant, and full-time community college student, appeared behind Caroline with snow melting in his dark hair. He had a narrow face, quick hands, and the restless energy of someone who had not yet learned that death makes everyone speak slower. Miles handled removals, lifting, parking, errands, and jokes that landed about half the time. Was from Rutland originally, and had moved north after what he described as a family situation, always with a smile that warned you not to ask. Caroline looked back at him. Were you in prep too? Miles raised both hands. I smell like sidewalk salt and regret. Why? Answer. No, I wasn't in prep too. His eyes slid past her to Mr. Harlan. I saw the moment he registered the room's mood. The grin faded. What happened? Nothing happened, Caroline said. I said. His hand moved. Miles waited, probably for me to laugh. I didn't, he swallowed. Like fell, probably, Caroline said before I could answer. The table wasn't fully locked. It was locked, I said. Caroline gave me a look, not angry, warning. And I knew what that look meant. We do not make the room strange. Not with a decedent present. Not with a family coming tomorrow. Not with a junior employee listening. I folded Mr. Harlan's hand back into place. His skin was cool through the nitrile glove, waxy at the knuckles, lighter where hospital tape had been removed. I adjusted the sheet and straightened his foot. The shoe resisted for half a second, the sole catching on the rubber edge of the table. Then it settled. There, Caroline said. Solved, but she didn't leave. That was the first thing that told me she wasn't as calm as she sounded. The second was that she checked the ID tag on his ankle. Miles noticed too. You think it's the wrong guy. I think we check things, she said. Right, sure. She read the name softly. Arthur James Harlan, date of birth March 3, 1944. Hospital release matches. His daughter's coming at 10, I asked. 10:30. Private identification first. Viewing at noon. Then I'll finish him. Caroline looked at the wall clock. 10:18 p.m. The second hand jerked forward in cheap little increments. No, she said. We'll finish him together. Miles shifted in the doorway. Need me? Caroline almost said no. I saw it. Then the furnace clicked off, and in the sudden thinner quiet, something tapped under the table. Once, metal on metal. Miles whispered, Was that the drain cover? I said quickly. I crouched before anyone could stop me. Under the table, the floor drain sat 6 inches from Mr. Harlan's right shoe. Stainless grate, dark gaps. A bead of water clung to one edge from when I had rinsed the floor earlier. Beside it lay one cufflink. Silver, rectangular. Engraved with the initials AH, I stared at it. Caroline crouched beside me with a small grunt. That wasn't there before. No, you removed them. No, he was wearing them. We both looked up. Mr. Harlan's right cuff was still fastened. His left cuff hung open. Miles made a small sound, almost a laugh, but it had no humor in it. Okay, that's weird. Caroline stood too fast and bumped the table with her hip. The wheels gave the smallest squeak. Mr. Harlan's open cuff shifted with the movement, showing a thin wrist and a yellow bruise at the base of his thumb. A hospital bruise. Needle site, probably. Nothing sinister, probably. Maybe it fell while you dressed him, Caroline said. I would have heard it. Maybe you didn't. I was standing right here. Daniel, this time her voice sharpened. Pick it up. Put it back. We are not inventing problems tonight. That hit harder than it should have, because inventing problems was exactly what my sister accused me of, seeing danger in every missed call, reading relapse into every late reply. I had done it since our father died, because he had died alone in his apartment in Syracuse, and I was the one who found him 2 days later, after telling myself all weekend he was just ignoring me. So I picked up the cufflink. My glove squeaked faintly against the metal. Caroline went to the counter and opened the case file. Let's document personal effects check again. Miles, go make sure the chapel thermostat is holding at 68. Miles didn't move. Caroline, now. He looked from her to me, then backed away. Yeah, okay. His boots faded down the hall. A door opened. The building gave one of its long winter groans, wood and brick, adjusting to the cold outside. Snow brushed against the high frosted window in dry little scratches. Caroline waited until he was gone. Then she said, very quietly, "Tell me exactly what you saw." I told her, the shoe, the hand, the unlocked caster, the cufflink. She listened with her arms crossed, glasses hanging from the chain at her chest. The fluorescent light above us hummed louder for a moment, then steadied. Could someone have come in? I asked. No, we should check the camera. There's no camera in prep. I mean the hallway. She hesitated. That hesitation made my stomach tighten. The funeral home had cameras at the front entrance, side entrance, garage bay, main hall, and arrangement office. Not in prep rooms. Never in prep rooms. Privacy, dignity, and state regulations made that simple enough. But the hallway camera would show who passed the door. Caroline, I said, the system has been glitchy since the power surge last week. How glitchy? Dropping clips, stuttering. Nothing serious. That seems serious right now. She rubbed her forehead under the edge of her bangs. For the first time that night, she looked her age, and then older. Before she could answer, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I flinched hard enough that Caroline noticed. I pulled it out. A text from my sister. Stop calling, I'm fine. 3 words and a period. That period did more damage than the words. Caroline's face softened. Megan, I locked the screen. She's fine. You don't sound convinced. She said she's fine. That rarely means fine. Yeah, well, I'm working. The sentence came out harsher than I meant. Caroline let it pass. She was good at letting things pass until they mattered. We refastened the cufflink. I checked both sleeves twice. Caroline adjusted his tie by a 1/4 inch. The motions helped. Work always helped because work had steps. Steps were a railing in the dark. Clean jacket, smooth lapels, check hands, check shoes, photo reference, case file, log, normal. By 10:42, Mr. Harlan looked exactly as he had when I first finished him, maybe better. Caroline took 2 photos on the prep tablet for internal records, a habit she had started after a family once claimed we had changed their father's tie. Then she pulled the sheet up over him again, not over his face, just to keep lint off the suit. Go check the hallway footage, she said. I looked at her. She didn't meet my eyes. I'll stay here. You just said we weren't inventing problems. We're not. We're ruling them out. That was Caroline. She could turn fear into procedure so quickly, it almost felt like courage. The office was down the hall past the casket selection room, where glossy wood boxes stood under soft lamps like furniture. No one was allowed to sit on. At night, the funeral home sounded different than it did during services. During the day, there were voices, shoes, tissue boxes being pulled open, coffee urns clicking, the low murmur of old friends recognizing each other after years. At night, every machine became its own little creature. The refrigerator compressor, the printer waking for no reason, the wall clock in the chapel, the faint hiss of the flag outside dragging against its pole. Miles was in the chapel doorway, arms folded. "Thermostat's fine," he said. "Good. You checking cameras?" I paused. "Yeah." "So it wasn't nothing." "It's probably nothing. You know, you funeral people say probably the way doctors say discomfort. Go help Caroline." His expression changed. "You sure?" "No." "Yeah." I sat at the office computer and logged into the security system. The monitor washed the desk in blue light. Caroline kept peppermint candies in the top drawer for families. One sat unwrapped beside the keyboard, fuzzy with dust. The hallway camera loaded slowly. Timestamp read 10:07 p.m., a few minutes before I had found the shoe. I rewound to 9:50 when I had left Prep 2 to grab the lint roller and answer a call from the crematory. The footage played. There I was, stepping out of Prep 2, peeling one glove off with my teeth because I'm an idiot when I'm tired. I walked toward the supply closet. The hallway stayed empty. Snow light glowed dimly in the small window at the end. 9:54, 9:58, 10:03. No one. Then the video froze. The timestamp jumped from 10:03:12 to 10:09:47. I leaned closer. "What the hell?" I whispered. Behind me, the floor creaked. I turned so fast my chair banged the desk. It was Miles. "Sorry," he said. "Didn't mean to ninja you." "Don't do that." He looked at the screen. It skipped. Power surge glitch, apparently. Convenient. "Don't." "What?" "Don't make it weird." He stared at me for a second, then nodded, chastened. "Sorry." I played the clip after the jump. At 10:09:47, the hallway was empty. At 10:13, Caroline entered frame and came toward Prep 2. That matched. Nothing else. Miles scratched the back of his neck. Could the file be corrupted? Yes. Could someone cut it? I didn't answer. Because yes, technically, but not easily. The system was local, password protected, old but not useless. And the only people who knew the password were Caroline, me, and Caroline's younger brother Elliot, who handled accounts and came in twice a week. As if thinking his name summoned him, the office phone rang. Miles jumped this time. I picked it up. "Wexler and Sons, this is Daniel." Static crackled softly, then a man's voice said, "Dan, it's Elliot. Is Caroline still there?" Elliot Wexler, 39, male, bookkeeper and part owner, was not physically present yet, but his voice carried its usual clipped impatience through the receiver. He was the kind of man who made spreadsheets feel like moral judgments. He lived in South Burlington, wore expensive coats, and treated the funeral home like a family asset rather than a place where people cried into napkins. "She's in prep," I said. "Why?" "I got an alert from the security system." I sat up. What kind of alert? Garage bay motion. Then camera failure. I'm looking at it remotely and the feed's garbage. Is Miles screwing around with the Wi-Fi again? Miles mouthed, "What? When was the alert?" I asked. 10:06. My hand tightened on the phone. 10:06 sat right inside the missing footage. "Daniel," Elliot said, "you there?" I looked toward the dark hallway, toward prep room 2, where Caroline was alone with Mr. Harlan. "Yeah," I said, "I'm here. Tell Caroline I'm driving over." "No, roads are bad." I said I'm driving over. The line clicked dead. Miles watched my face. "What?" I stood. "Garage motion at 10:06. Was anyone in the garage?" "No. We moved fast then, but not running." Running in a funeral home feels wrong even when wrong is already in the walls. The garage bay connected to the back hall, past the prep rooms. It was where the removal van parked, where collapsible stretchers leaned folded against cinder block, where cardboard boxes of embalming fluid sat locked behind a metal cage. The air there always smelled like cold rubber, exhaust, and disinfectant. Caroline stepped out of Prep 2 as we approached. "What happened?" she asked. Elliot called. "Security alert in the garage at 10:06. Her eyes flicked to Miles, then me. "Stay here." "No," I said. "Daniel." "No." For a second, nobody moved. Then from inside Prep Room 2 came a soft, sliding sound. Fabric against steel. Not loud, not dramatic. Just the small, ordinary sound of weight shifting on a table. Caroline turned first. I was right behind her. Mr. Harlan's left hand was no longer folded. It hung over the side of the table, fingers pointing down toward the floor, open cuff glinting under the fluorescent light. And beneath that hand, resting exactly where his fingertips almost reached it, was the silver cufflink we had just fastened. Caroline did not speak. Miles said, "Nope," once under his breath, like a prayer he didn't believe in. The prep room fan rattled. The fluorescent light buzzed. Somewhere in the front of the building, the ice machine dropped another load of cubes, and the sound traveled down the hall in sharp, hollow pieces. Caroline looked at the body, then at the hallway, then toward the garage. "We can call police," I said. "And say what?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. A decedent's cufflink came loose. Garage motion. Missing footage. "That's better. Then we call." She pressed her lips together. I understood the calculation happening behind her eyes. Police meant reports. Reports meant delays. Delays meant a daughter arriving in the morning to be told her father's viewing was postponed because of something we couldn't explain without sounding incompetent or insane. And if it was nothing, if this was a cascade of old building glitches and human error, then Wexler and Sons would become a rumor before breakfast. Miles looked younger than 24 under that light. We could check the garage first. I hated that he said it because it sounded reasonable. I hated more that part of me wanted to. Caroline reached for the prep room phone, stopped, and looked at me. There it was, the choice. Call it in now and turn a strange night into an official incident, or open the garage door ourselves and try to find a normal explanation before the normal world got involved. Mr. Harlan's hand hung motionless beside us. The cufflink lay on the floor. Nobody touched it. Not yet. Caroline kept her hand hovering over the prep room phone like the receiver had gotten hot. Nobody said anything for a few seconds. The three of us just stood there with Mr. Harlan's hand hanging over the table and the cufflink on the tile beneath it. A small silver rectangle catching the fluorescent light every time the bulb buzzed. It looked staged. That was the worst part. Not dramatic enough to be a prank. Not strange enough to be impossible. Just deliberate enough to make the room feel occupied by someone we hadn't seen. "We call," I said. Caroline didn't look at me. "We check the garage." "Caroline, if there's someone in the building, the police will ask if we confirmed it. If the garage door sensor misfired, they'll ask the same thing. That's not how police work. That is exactly how small city police work when they know your family, Daniel." Miles shifted behind me. His jacket made a faint wet squeak where melted snow had soaked the sleeve. "I can go look. Just crack the door, shine a light in." "No," I said. Caroline finally turned. "No, no one goes alone." Her mouth tightened. She hated being challenged in her own building, especially in front of Miles. I could see it pass over her face, that careful professional patience she used with angry sons and drunk uncles at visitations. "I am trying," she said, "to keep this from becoming something larger than it is. It already is. We don't know that. Someone triggered the garage motion sensor during missing footage, and now a dead man's cufflink is on the floor again." Miles made a small motion with his hand. "Technically, we don't know it was fastened the second time." I turned on him. He lifted both palms. "I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying if we're trying to be normal about it." "I fastened it," Caroline said. "That landed." Miles stopped moving. I stopped too. Caroline swallowed once, then crouched and picked up the cufflink with a gloved hand from the box by the sink. She didn't put it back on Mr. Harlan. She placed it in a small plastic evidence bag from our personal effects drawer, the kind we used for rings, watches, hearing aids, anything that had to be tracked. She wrote AH left cufflink, found on floor 10, 46 p.m. in block letters. Procedure. Again. But her handwriting was not as neat as usual. The concrete problem arrived with the phone. Not the prep room phone. Caroline's cell. It vibrated against the metal counter, loud enough that all three of us flinched. She looked at the screen and closed her eyes. "Harlan family," she said. "Don't answer," I said. "I have to." She put it on speaker because we were all trapped in it now. "This is Caroline Wexler." A woman's voice came through, thin with fatigue and bad reception. "Ms. Wexler, it's Rachel Harlan. I'm sorry to call so late." Rachel Harlan, 52, female, Mr. Harlan's daughter, was not physically in the room, but became immediately present through that voice. Careful, apologetic, exhausted in the way adult children sound when grief has not yet become grief, because there are still tasks to complete. She lived in Montpelier. Caroline had told me earlier, and had spent the afternoon choosing flowers while answering calls from relatives. "Not at all," Caroline said, instantly warm. "How can I help?" "My brother just got into Burlington. He drove up from Albany early because of the storm. He's not doing great. He wants to see Dad tonight before the private identification tomorrow. I told him that probably wasn't possible, but he's in the parking lot now." Caroline looked toward the hallway. My mouth went dry. "In our parking lot?" she asked. "Yes, I'm sorry. He said he saw lights on. His name is Mark Harlan. I can talk to him, but he's upset, and I don't want him sitting out there alone." From somewhere at the front of the building, faint but real, came the muffled thump of a car door closing. Miles whispered, "Oh, come on." Caroline muted the call and pressed the phone against her chest. "We cannot let him in," I said. "We also cannot leave a grieving son in the parking lot in a snowstorm. His father's body is not viewable right now. He was viewable 10 minutes ago. His hand is hanging off the table, so we fix it. We don't know who was in the garage." Caroline stared at me, and if it's Mark, that stopped me. She unmuted the call. "Rachel, I'm going to step to the front and speak with him. We're not set up for a viewing tonight, but I'll make sure he's safe and we'll discuss what is possible. Stay by your phone, please." "Thank you," Rachel said, "and I'm sorry." The call ended. The funeral home felt suddenly too small. The hallway, the prep room, the garage, the front entrance. Too many doors, too many ways for one bad decision to become a headline. Caroline pointed at Miles. "Go to the front lobby. Do not open the door yet. Check who's outside." Miles looked at me. "Go," I said, though I didn't like it. He left, fast now, his shoes slapping softly against the old runner carpet. Caroline turned to Mr. Harlan. "We make him presentable enough that if Mark forces the issue, we can manage a brief goodbye." "No." "Daniel, we have maybe 3 minutes." "No, listen to me. If someone came in through the garage, touched him, moved him, whatever, we're destroying evidence. We are not in a crime scene. We don't know what we're in. And I have a living person at the front door." That was the split in us. Caroline's duty moved toward the living first. Mine stayed with what could be controlled, preserved, documented. I knew that about myself even as I hated it. My father had been dead when I found him. Nothing I did after mattered to him. So I had become very good at making sure nothing after was mishandled. Caroline softened her voice. "Daniel, help me. I hated that too." I stepped to the table, lifted Mr. Harlan's hand, and placed it back over his abdomen. His cuff hung open. The left wrist had that same yellow bruise near the thumb, but now I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A thin, reddish mark along the inside of the wrist. Not fresh blood, more like pressure. A line. "Caroline, what? Look at this." She bent close. Could be from the hospital band. His ID band was on his ankle, then IV tape on the wrist. She didn't answer. A buzzing sound came from my pocket, my phone again. I ignored it. Caroline reached for the cuff. "Wait," I held up my hand. "Let me take a photo." "Daniel, internal records. Your habit, remember." She didn't argue. I took 3 photos, the wrist mark, the loose cuff, the position of the hand. My phone buzzed again while the camera app was open, dragging a notification banner across the top. "Megan, are you awake?" I almost tapped it by reflex. Caroline saw my face change. "Go answer her." "No, Daniel, no, not right now. That's your flaw talking." I looked at her then, sharp. "You don't get to do that." "I do when you're about to punish your sister for needing you at an inconvenient time." "I'm not punishing anyone. You're choosing control because it feels safer than care." The sentence hit the room with more force than either of us expected. Caroline looked like she regretted it immediately. Before I could respond, Miles appeared in the doorway, breathing hard. "There's a guy at the front," he said. "Mid-50s maybe. Big coat, he's knocking, but not like violent, just a lot." "That's Mark," Caroline said. "And there's something else." Of course there was. "What?" I asked. Miles glanced behind him. The front walk camera S out now too. Caroline put both hands on the edge of the prep table and leaned there for half a second. Power, lights are on, internet, office computer still up. I looked toward the hall. So cameras are failing one by one. Or the system is, Caroline said. During this, coincidences happen. The front doorbell rang. Once, then again, then 3 times in quick succession. The sound carried through the funeral home's polite rooms, bright and awful. Caroline stripped off her gloves. I'm going to speak to Mark. I'm coming. You are staying with Mr. Harlan. No, Daniel, if Mark sees 3 staff members acting terrified, he will become terrified. Miles said I could stay. I didn't want Miles alone with the body. I didn't want Caroline alone with Mark. I didn't want anyone near the garage. There were too many pieces, and every one of them was slipping away from me. My phone buzzed a 3rd time. This time, the notification was visible. Megan, I think someone followed me home for 1 stupid second. The funeral home vanished. I saw my sister's apartment hallway in Winooski, the stained carpet outside her door, the deadbolt I had offered to replace twice, her rolling her eyes and saying, "You don't get to locksmith your way into being my dad." Caroline read the text over my shoulder. Go, she said. I can't. You can call her. I can't leave this. You can do both. But I couldn't. That was the shameful thing. My brain didn't split cleanly. It grabbed one danger and made everything else feel like interference. I typed with stiff thumbs. Call 911. Lock your door. I'll call you in a minute. The reply came almost immediately. Don't call me. Just tell me what to do. I stared at it. The front bell rang again, longer this time, someone holding the button down until the chime warped. Caroline said, Daniel, decide. That was when the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then the funeral home dropped into emergency mode. The overhead fluorescence died with a hard click. For half a breath, there was only darkness, thick and close. And then the battery backup lights came on in the hall. Small rectangular units mounted near the ceiling, casting weak blue-white cones that made every doorway look deeper than it was. The prep room fan wound down. The sudden absence of its rattle made the room feel wrong. The refrigeration unit in Prep 1 beeped twice, then began its backup alarm, a repeating chirp every 10 seconds. Miles whispered, power outage. Caroline was already moving. Generator should kick in. We waited. Nothing. The alarm chirped again. This became the concrete problem all at once. No mystery needed. The funeral home had decedents in refrigeration, prep chemicals needing ventilation, a grieving son at the front door, a possible intruder alert in the garage, body that had either shifted on its own through explainable means or been moved by someone with access to the building. And now the backup generator, which had been serviced in November and bragged about by Elliot for costing too much, had not started. Caroline said something under her breath I had never heard her say in front of a decedent. How long do we have? Miles asked. Refrigeration holds temperature for a while if doors stay closed, I said. But we need power back. And ventilation. Miles asked. Caroline looked toward the embalming station. No open arterial chemicals right now. We're okay for the moment. For the moment. Funeral homes are full of phrases like that. The front door chime stopped. A fist replaced it. Thump, thump, thump. Ms. Wexler, a man called from the lobby, muffled by distance and wood. Hello, Mark Harlan, 55, male, Mr. Harlan's son, had arrived in person now, though we could not see him yet. His voice sounded rough, not drunk exactly, but scraped down by a long drive and grief. He was close enough to be heard, far enough to be imagined, which made him worse. Caroline lifted her phone. No signal, I checked mine. One bar, then none. Storm, Miles said. Landline, I asked. Caroline grabbed the prep room phone. Dead. Not even a dial tone. The chirp from Prep 1 repeated. Every 10 seconds, my phone buzzed again despite no signal. A message delayed into arrival. Megan, please, I felt something inside me begin to split. Caroline saw it. Answer her. I need signal. Go to the front. Talk to Mark. Try near the windows. And leave you here. I have Miles. Miles made a noise. Comforting. Another fist thump from the front. Ms. Wexler, Caroline snapped into command. Hear us what we do. Daniel, you go to the lobby. Keep Mark outside or in the vestibule only. Do not promise a viewing. Try to get a phone signal and call police non-emergency. Then 911 if you think we have an intruder or your sister needs help. Miles, you come with me to the utility room. We check the breaker panel and generator transfer switch. No, I said. Nobody goes to the utility room without checking the garage first. The utility room is before the garage. It's next to the garage access. Exactly. We can look through the window in the fire door. The emergency lights made Caroline's face look carved down to the bone. She wasn't scared in the way Miles was scared. She was scared like a person doing math. Family outside, bodies inside, power failing, reputation collapsing, liability multiplying. We should all go together, Miles said. And leave Mark pounding on the door, Caroline asked. The fist came again, louder. Maybe he breaks the glass, she said. Maybe he slips on the walk. Maybe he calls his sister and says, we're ignoring him while his father is inside. Pick your disaster. I hated that because she was right. I turned to Mr. Harlan. In the emergency light, his face looked less like a face we had prepared and more like a face interrupted. The open cuff bothered me. The wrist mark bothered me. The cufflink in the bag bothered me most of all because it had moved from object to record, from record to evidence, whether Caroline wanted that word or not. Fine, I said, but nobody opens the garage. Caroline nodded too quickly. That was how I knew she might. I went down the hall toward the lobby, phone held high like an idiot trying to catch one bar out of stale air. The funeral home's public rooms were worse in emergency lighting. The casket selection room glowed faintly around polished edges. The chapel chairs sat in tight rows, empty and expectant. Programs for Friday's service waited stacked on the side table. A woman's smiling photo printed above the dates of her life. At the front door, a man in a dark parka stood beyond the glass, shoulders hunched against the blowing snow. Mark Harlan had his father's height, maybe 6 feet, but carried it badly, folded forward as if protecting his ribs. His hair was gray at the temples. His eyes were red. When he saw me, he stepped closer. Are you Daniel? I opened the inner door, but kept the exterior glass door locked. Cold leaked in through the frame. "I'm Daniel, Mr. Harlan. I'm sorry for your loss." "Don't do that." His voice cracked on the last word. "Please. I've had people saying that at me for 2 days." "Okay, I just need to see him. We're not set up for that tonight." "I don't need set up. We're having a power issue." "I can see that. And we need to make sure everything is safe." He stared past me into the dim lobby. "Father is 10 rooms away from me." I didn't answer. His hand tightened around his car keys. They clicked softly against his palm. "My sister told you I was coming." "Yes." "Then let me in." "I can't." His face changed. Not anger first, pain first. Then anger on top of it, because anger gives pain somewhere to stand. "You people took him from the hospital," he said. "You told us he'd be cared for." "He is being cared for." "Then why can't I see him?" "Because his hand moved. Because the cameras failed. Because the garage sensor tripped. Because I was standing between a grieving man and his dead father, while my own sister texted me from somewhere she might not be safe." "We need a few minutes," I said. Mark looked over my shoulder. "Is something wrong with him?" "No, too fast." He caught it. "What's wrong with him?" "Nothing is wrong with your father." He stepped back once, breathing hard, and looked toward the parking lot, as if searching for someone to confirm how insane this was. Snow blew sideways through the yellow cones of the exterior lights. His sedan sat crooked near the walkway, driver's door not fully closed. My phone found one bar. I dialed Megan. It rang once, then failed. I tried again. Nothing. Mark watched me. "Are you calling the police?" I lowered the phone. That was my misstep. I should have lied cleanly or told the truth carefully. Instead, I hesitated. Mark's expression hardened. "Why would you need police?" Behind me, deep in the building, something slammed. Not the soft shift of fabric. Not a pipe. A heavy metal slam, followed by Miles shouting, "Caroline!" I turned. Mark heard it too. He grabbed the exterior door handle and yanked. The lock held. "What the hell was that?" he shouted. "Stay here." "No," I ran. This time I ran in the funeral home. Past the chapel. Past the caskets. Down the hall with emergency lights flashing shadows ahead of me. The Prep 1 alarm kept chirping in patient little intervals, as if counting my steps. Miles stood at the back corridor corner, one hand clamped over his forearm. Blood seeped between his fingers. Caroline was at the utility room door, holding a flashlight like a weapon. "What happened?" I demanded. Miles spoke first, breathless. Door swung back, caught me on the latch. The cut on his arm was ugly, but not deep, a torn flap near the elbow. Plausible, real, grounded enough to be worse than anything impossible. Caroline said, "The utility room door was open." "Always closed," I said. "I know. Generator, panels locked out." "What do you mean locked out?" She shone the flashlight into the utility room. The breaker panel was open. A red lockout tag hung from the generator transfer switch, the kind contractors use during service. A zip tie had been pulled tight through the switch guard. On the tag, in black marker, someone had written, "Do not restore, contamination risk." Miles looked at me. "That wasn't there before, right?" Caroline didn't answer. From the front lobby, Mark shouted again, farther inside this time. "Hello." My stomach dropped. "You locked the door," Caroline said. "I did." "Then how?" A second sound cut her off. The garage bay motor engaged. A low mechanical grind started behind the fire door at the end of the corridor. The big door was opening. Cold air pushed under the threshold, carrying the smell of snow, exhaust, and wet pavement. Caroline's flashlight beam jerked toward it. Miles backed up. I thought nobody was opening the garage. The motor strained. The metal door rattled upward inch by inch. And from inside Prep Room 2, down the hall behind us, came another sound. The wheels of a stainless steel table squeaking across tile. Slowly, one turn, then another. Caroline whispered, "Mr. Harlan." Mark's voice called from the lobby, closer now and breaking with panic. "Where is my father?" We stood between the opening garage and the prep room, with the power out, phones failing, Miles bleeding through his sleeve, and a grieving son somewhere in the building. Then the prep table squeaked again. Not much, just enough to prove it was moving. The prep table squeaked again. Once you hear a sound like that in the wrong context, your brain starts building shapes around it. Stainless wheels, tile floor, a body under a sheet, a hand slipping over the edge. Sound came from behind us, down the hall and around the corner, from Prep Room 2. The garage door was still grinding open in front of us. Mark was somewhere near the lobby. Miles was bleeding through his sleeve. Caroline had the flashlight. For about 2 seconds, nobody moved because every direction was wrong. Then Caroline said, "Daniel, with me." "Miles, stay behind us." "No," Miles said immediately. "You're bleeding." "I'm also not standing alone between a dead guy and an opening garage." Fair. The layout of Wexler and Sons was simple in daylight and impossible at night. From the front entrance, the lobby opened into the chapel on the left and Caroline's office on the right. Past the chapel was the casket selection room, then the long staff hallway. Prep Room 2 sat halfway down that hall on the right. Prep Room 1 was across from it, refrigeration beyond that. At the back, the corridor doglegged left to the utility room and straight ahead to the fire door into the garage bay. We were at that back dogleg now, caught between the garage and the prep rooms. The garage door motor groaned behind the fire door, then stopped with a jolt. Cold air streamed under the threshold anyway, stronger now, carrying grit and exhaust. The door hadn't opened all the way. Maybe a foot, enough for weather, enough for a person if they were desperate and willing to crawl. "Kill the motor," I said. Caroline pointed the flashlight at the utility room. "Transfer switch first. The table is moving. If we restore power, we get cameras, phones, locks. If someone is in the building, power helps them too." She gave me a look that said she heard the fear under the logic and didn't have time to comfort it. From the lobby, Mark called, "Where is everybody?" His voice echoed through the chapel and came down the hall in broken pieces. He was inside, no doubt anymore. "Mr. Harlan," Caroline shouted, "please stay in the lobby." I heard something back here. "Stay in the lobby." He did not answer. Miles leaned against the wall, jaw clenched, blood dripping steadily from his elbow onto the tile. The drops looked black under emergency light. "We need to wrap that," I said. "We need to not die in a funeral home," he said. "Wrap it later." Nobody corrected him. Our first attempt was power. It made sense on paper. Everything bad had become worse when the lights went out. Restore the generator, regain some control, call police, secure Mark, check the garage. Caroline moved into the utility room first. I followed with my phone flashlight because hers kept flickering when she tilted it. Miles stood in the doorway, keeping one eye down the hall. The utility room was narrow, concrete floored, and hot with trapped mechanical smells. Dust cooked on pipes, old oil, damp cardboard. On the left stood the breaker panel and generator transfer switch. On the right, shelves held furnace filters, ice melt, bottled water, folded tablecloths, and 3 boxes labeled Christmas wreaths in Caroline's handwriting. The red lockout tag swung gently from the zip tie. Do not restore, contamination risk. Could a contractor have done this? I asked. No. Caroline took a multi-tool from a drawer under the panel. Nobody's been here since November. Elliot doesn't know what half these switches do. He only complains about invoices. She tried to cut the zip tie. The tool slipped once. Then again, her hand was shaking. Give it to me, I said. I have it. You don't. She turned on me. Do not start managing me. The words were sharp enough that Miles looked back from the doorway. I stepped away, palms open. Fine, Caroline tried again. The blade bit into plastic this time, but before she cut through, something thudded in the wall behind the panel. We froze. Another thud. Then a dragging scrape. Miles whispered, "That's inside the wall." I pressed my ear near the painted cinder block. The sound came again, lower and farther right. Scrape, bump, scrape. For one awful second, I imagined Mr. Harlan's table moving through the hallway by inches, dragging itself toward us, and I hated my own mind for offering that up. Then, a small gray shape shot out from behind the shelf. Miles yelped and stumbled backward into the corridor. A mouse. Gittered across the floor, hit the baseboard, corrected itself, and vanished behind the water heater. Caroline exhaled a laugh that almost cracked in half. Jesus. Miles clutched his arm harder. I hate this building. The misdirection should have loosened something. It didn't. The fact that one sound had a normal explanation made the others feel less generous. Caroline cut the zip tie. It snapped off and landed at her feet. She gripped the transfer switch. "Wait," I said. "What now?" "Smell that." At first she frowned. Then she did smell it. Not gas. Not exactly. Something sour and chemical, faint under the dust. Like bleach left in a metal bucket too long. It came from near the panel. Caroline leaned closer, then jerked back. "That's not normal," Miles, from the doorway, said. "Please define not normal." I shone my phone light below the panel. A dark patch stained the concrete where the wall met the floor. Something had leaked there and dried with a pale crust around the edges. "Don't touch the switch," I said. Caroline stared at the transfer handle like it had betrayed her. The tag suddenly looked less like theater. "Could be cleaning solution," she said. "Could be. But someone put a contamination warning on the generator switch. There's residue under the panel. We don't know what it is." Miles laughed once, breathless. So the scary tag might actually be helpful. Or meant to keep us from restoring power, I said. Caroline's face hardened. Either way, we need help. The first attempt failed there. We had cut the lockout, but could not safely restore the generator. We had found residue that made the warning harder to dismiss. And now the power problem was not just inconvenience. It might be sabotage or a hazard. Behind us, Mark's voice came closer. "Hello. I'm not staying up front if no one tells me what's happening." Caroline stepped into the hall. Mr. Harlan, stop there. He appeared at the far end of the staff hallway, just beyond the casket selection room, his parka half unzipped, snow melting on his shoulders. In the emergency lights, he looked bigger than before and more frightened. "Why is the power out?" he demanded. "Where's my father?" Caroline walked toward him, placing herself between him and the prep rooms. "We're handling a facility issue. I need you to return to the lobby." I heard wheels. Miles and I exchanged a glance. Mark saw it. Was that him? "No," Caroline said. "What does that mean, no? Where is he?" "Mr. Harlan, my father hated being left alone." His voice broke, and something raw came through the anger. "He wouldn't even sit in a restaurant with his back to the room after my mother died. You don't understand. He hated it. It was grief logic, pain inventing obligations for the dead." Caroline softened despite everything. "I understand that you want to be near him. No, you understand invoices and chapel times." Mark stepped closer. "I'm going to see him." I moved before Caroline answered. "You can't go in there." Mark looked at me with wet, furious eyes. "You going to stop me?" Miles said. "Maybe let's not make this physical." That was exactly when Prep Room 2's door moved. It had been open a crack earlier. Now it swung inward another 2 inches with a faint hinge creak. All 4 of us saw it. Mark whispered, "Dad." Then he ran. Our second attempt became containment. Caroline shouted, "Mark, no." I caught him halfway down the hall, outside the chapel door. He was stronger than I expected, grief making him clumsy, but committed. He shoved me with both hands. My shoulder clipped the corner of the casket selection room doorway, sending a bright hot pain down my arm. "Get off me," he yelled. "I'm trying to help you. You're hiding something." He wasn't wrong enough. Miles came in from the side and grabbed Mark's sleeve with his good hand. Mark jerked away. Blood from Miles's elbow smeared across the parka cuff. That stopped Mark better than force. "What happened to him?" he asked. "Door latch," Miles said through his teeth. "Long story." Caroline reached us. "Mr. Harlan, listen to me. Your father is not ready to be seen. He was supposed to be ready tomorrow, and he will be." "You said not ready." "Why?" Caroline looked at me. I could see her searching for a sentence that would not become evidence later. I said, "There may have been an unauthorized person in the building." Caroline's eyes flashed, but she didn't contradict me. Mark's anger shifted shape. "What? The cameras are down," I said. "Garage alarm triggered. Power failed. We need you safe in the lobby while we secure the building." "Someone touched my father. We don't know." That was meant to calm him. It didn't. He backed away from us, staring toward Prep Room 2. "Open the door." "No," Caroline said. "If someone touched him, I have a right to know. You have a right to be safe. My father has a right not to be left back there with whoever did it." He turned again. This time, Caroline did something I never expected. She stepped in front of him and shoved him back with both hands. Not hard enough to hurt, hard enough to shock. "Enough," she said. Her voice cracked through the hallway like a dropped tray. Mark stared at her. Caroline was breathing hard now. "Are not the only grieving person who has ever stood in this building. You are not the first to want a different ending. But if you force your way into that room while we have an active security problem, you may contaminate evidence. You may hurt yourself. And you may make it impossible for us to protect your father's dignity. So you will stand here, or you will go outside and wait in your car, but you will not go into Prep 2. For a moment, it worked. Then garage door motor engaged again. The sound rolled under the floor, heavy and mechanical. Mark flinched. Miles cursed. Caroline turned toward the back corridor. I used the distraction to pull the staff hallway door shut between the public area and the prep rooms. It had a keypad lock on the public side and a thumb turn on ours. I twisted the deadbolt. Containment. Partial, thin, but something. Caroline saw me do it. Good, Mark noticed a second later. Did you just lock me out? I locked the prep area, I said. With my father inside. With us inside too. That sentence did not comfort anyone. Caroline pointed toward the chapel. Stay there, please, sit down. If you leave that area, we will treat it as interference and call police the second our phones work. Mark laughed bitterly. Your phones don't work. No, she said, but yours might. He patted his pockets, then froze. My phone's in the car. Of course it was. The garage motor stopped again. This time, the cold air flowing from the back corridor became a steady draft we could feel all the way down the hall. Something in the building had opened wider. We need to close that bay, Caroline said. We need to check prep too, I said. We locked the hallway. Mark can't get in. Whatever moved the table already is. She looked down the hall toward the prep room. The door sat half open in the weak emergency light. No movement now. No sound except Prep 1's refrigeration alarm chirping every 10 seconds and the wind pressing at the garage. Miles leaned against the wall. His face had gone gray. I'm getting a little dizzy. Sit, I said. I don't want to sit on funeral home floor. Sit anyway. He slid down the wall, leaving a faint blood streak behind him. I pulled off my overshirt and wrapped it around his arm, knotting it tight above the cut. He hissed and kicked one heel against the tile. Sorry. No, great. Love being tourniquet adjacent. It's not a tourniquet. Comforting. The second attempt had failed too. We had kept Mark out of the prep area for now, but trapped ourselves on the wrong side of the lock with failing power, an opening garage, and a possible intruder. Mark was angry, scared, and phoneless. Miles was hurt. Caroline was fraying in tiny visible ways. Then my phone buzzed. One bar flickered back. A voicemail notification from Megan. No missed call showed, just voicemail. Delayed by the network. I played it on speaker before I could think better of it. Her voice came through low and shaky, with traffic hiss behind her. Dan, don't freak out. I'm near Riverside Avenue by the laundromat. I thought this guy was following me from the bus stop, but I ducked into the store and he kept walking. I'm fine. I'm going home. Don't call cops, okay? I wanted to hear what you'd say. Never mind. Sorry. The message ended. There it was. The terrifying thing explainable. A misread shadow. A stranger walking the same direction. My sister testing whether I would answer without smothering her. Relief should have come clean. It didn't. It came tangled with guilt because I had been using her as proof of my own importance again. Caroline heard all of it. So did Miles. Go to her, Caroline said quietly. I can't. You heard her. She's okay. For now. She asked for your voice, not your control. I closed my eyes for 1 second. The refrigeration alarm chirped. Raj draft pressed against my ankles. Mark muttered something in the chapel beyond the locked staff door. When I opened my eyes, I saw something on the floor outside prep room 2. A wet print, not a full footprint. A partial sole mark, water and gray slush, angled from the prep room toward the back corridor. I crouched. Caroline followed my gaze. That wasn't there earlier. No. Miles leaned forward from the floor. Boot print, maybe. It was too large for Caroline. Wrong tread for my shoes. Miles had been salting outside, but his prints had mostly dried near the lobby. This one was fresh enough to shine. More prints appeared when I aimed my phone light down the hall. Partial. Broken. Moving from Prep 2 toward the back dogleg and garage. A normal explanation. A person. My mouth went dry. Someone was in that room, I said. Caroline whispered. Or still is. That pushed us into our third attempt. Find a way out or a way to call. We decided the front was safer than the back. The garage was compromised. Prep 2 was compromised. The lobby had Mark, but also windows, exterior doors, and maybe cell signal. If we could regroup there, use Mark's car, get his phone, or flag a passing plow, we could bring police and fire without guessing. Simple route. Unlock staff hallway door, move together past the chapel into the vestibule. Keep Mark with us. Exit through front. Caroline helped Miles up. I took his weight on one side, she took the other. His breathing had gone shallow, but he stayed conscious, jaw working like he was chewing down pain. We reached the staff hallway door. I turned the thumb lock. It didn't move. I tried again. Nothing. What? Caroline asked. It's jammed. That lock doesn't jam. Tonight it does. I braced my shoulder and tried harder. Pain sparked from where Mark had shoved me. The deadbolt knob twisted a 1/4 inch and stopped, as if something on the other side had been wedged through the strike. From the chapel side, Mark called. What are you doing? Open the door from your side, I shouted. What? The keypad door. Try the handle. A rattle came from the other side. It won't open, Mark said. Use the keypad. I don't know the code. Caroline shouted the code. Her voice bounced down the hall. 4927 pound. Buttons beeped on the other side. Then a flat error tone. Again, Caroline said. He tried again. Error. Caroline's face changed. The keypad shouldn't reject from outside unless the control panel lost power and defaulted to secure. So we're locked in, Miles said. Not if we use the garage. Nobody liked that. Behind us, the back corridor breathed cold air. Ahead, Mark was trapped in the public area, but separated from us. To our right, Prep Room 2 waited with its door open and slush marks leading away from it. To our left, refrigeration chirped and chirped and chirped. Then Mark said quieter, There's someone in the chapel. Every part of me tightened. What do you mean? I shouted. I saw somebody move between the chairs. Caroline banged her palm on the door. Mark, get to the front entrance now. I thought you said stay. Now. We heard him move, shoes scuffing, a chair scraping, then a sharp cry. Mark, no answer. Caroline grabbed my arm. We have to get through. I stepped back and kicked the staff door beside the lock. Once. Twice. The impact ran up my shin and into my hip. The door held. Miles slid down the wall again. Daniel, what? He pointed behind us. At the far end of the hall, Prep Room 2's door opened wider. Slowly. No hand visible. No person. Just the door, easing inward until it touched the wall with a soft tap. Inside, under the blue-white emergency light, Mr. Harlan's stainless steel table was no longer centered beneath the fixture. It had rolled diagonally toward the doorway. One wheel sat over the threshold. The sheet had slipped to his waist, and on the tile behind the table, leading from the prep room to the back corridor, were fresh, wet boot prints, not appearing from nowhere, not ghostly, human. Someone had been in there with him. Someone strong enough or calm enough to move the table while we stood yards away arguing. The chapel side of the locked door went quiet. Too quiet, except for the old building and the alarms. Then the fire alarm triggered. A harsh mechanical scream ripped through the funeral home. Red strobes began flashing in the hall, turning Caroline's face, Miles's blood, the open prep room, and Mr. Harlan's uncovered shoes into fragments. At first, I thought it meant help. Fire alarm meant dispatch. Dispatch meant firefighters, police, lights outside, people. Then Caroline stared at the ceiling speaker and whispered, "No." "What?" "The system's local if the phone line is dead." The garage motor engaged again behind us. This time it didn't stop. Cold air flooded the corridor as the bay door rose fully open, and snow blew into the back of Wexler and Sons in a glittering sheet. The emergency lights flickered under the load. The alarm screamed. Mark was silent on the other side of the locked door. Miles was bleeding and half conscious. Mr. Harlan's table blocked the prep room doorway. And through the fire door window to the garage, between streaks of snow and the red pulse of the alarm, I saw the removal van rolling backward. Slowly at first, then faster. Its headlights were off. Its driver's seat looked empty. The van slid toward the open bay and the icy slope of the rear driveway, where it would either block our only back exit or roll straight into the street below. Caroline lunged toward the garage door. I grabbed her coat. "Don't. We need that van." The removal van bumped the bay threshold, dropped with a heavy clank, and rolled into the storm. Then, from inside the van, the brake lights flared red. Someone was driving it. Caroline stopped struggling. The point of no return came quietly after all that noise. The staff door locked behind us, the garage open in front of us, the front separated from the back, the van taken, and the storm pouring into the building. Whoever had been inside Wexler and Sons was no longer just hiding. They were cutting away every exit. The removal van rolled backward into the storm with its brake lights glowing red. And for one stupid second, I thought whoever was driving it might stop. They didn't. The van fishtailed down the rear slope, tires hissing over ice, back end clipping the snowbank along the alley. The open garage bay swallowed wind. Snow blew across the concrete in pale sheets, coating the threshold, the folded stretchers, the boxes stacked against the wall. The fire alarm kept screaming overhead. Red strobes cut the hallway into pieces. Caroline jerked against my grip. "Let go." "No, that van has the radio, the jump kit, the road flares, and someone inside it." She turned on me, face lit red, then white, then red again. "We need help. We need to stay alive long enough to need it." Miles was on the floor behind us, back against the wall, my overshirt tied around his arm and already darkening through. He was trying to keep his eyes open. He looked annoyed about how scared he was, which somehow made him seem younger. "Not to interrupt," he said, voice thin, "but prep too." I looked. Mr. Harlan's table sat crooked in the doorway, one wheel over the threshold, sheet bunched at his waist. His left arm had slipped outward again, cuff open, wrist mark visible. The fresh, wet boot prints crossed the tile behind him, then continued toward the back corridor where we stood. Human prints, not a haunting, not a miracle, not death changing its mind. A person had been in that room. The van's brake lights vanished beyond the garage opening, then flared again near the end of the alley. The engine revved, tires spun. A low crunch followed. Caroline stopped struggling. "Stuck," she said. "Maybe." The garage gave us a view down the rear drive if we went in far enough. The drive sloped from the bay to a narrow service alley behind the funeral home, then out towards South Winooski Avenue. In clear weather it was nothing. In snow it was a chute. The van's taillights pulsed red through blowing white. Then the reverse lights came on. "He's coming back," Miles said. Caroline whispered, "Who?" The van lurched forward, then back, stuck at an angle where the rear wheels had dropped into the icy rut beside the snowbank. Whoever had taken it was trying to rock it free. The fire alarm screamed. Mark shouted from the chapel side of the locked staff door. "Open this door." His voice was alive. That mattered. I hadn't realized how tightly I'd been holding the possibility that it wouldn't be. "Mark," Caroline yelled, "stay away from the chapel windows." "What is happening?" "We have an intruder." The word changed the building. Intruder, not glitch, not coincidence. Not grief, not a body moving, a person. Mark started swearing on the other side of the door, panic rising through every syllable. "Then let me through." "The door's jammed," I shouted. "Is anyone with you?" "I don't know. I saw someone near the chairs." "I don't know." Caroline looked at me. "We need to get him out. We can't get through that door. There's the side hall from the garage to the public storage, past the van. Not if we cut through Prep 1, then the service closet, then the flower room." The map snapped into place in my head. There was a service closet behind refrigeration, barely wide enough for carts, that connected to the flower room near the chapel. Staff used it during services to bring arrangements out without walking through families. I'd forgotten because we almost never used it at night. It had a latch bolt, not a keypad. "Can we get there with Mr. Harlan's table blocking 2? Miles asked. "Prep 1, I said. "Not 2, Caroline nodded. We moved together. Miles tried to stand and failed. His knees slid. His injured arm thudded against his side, and he made a sound he tried to swallow. "We're not moving fast with him," Caroline said. "I can move," Miles said. "You can barely sit." He gave her a pale grin. Still handsome, though. Nobody laughed. The van engine revved outside. Tires spat slush against the garage wall. Then the driver's door opened. A figure stepped out into the snow. Tall, hood up, dark coat. One arm held close to their body. They looked toward the funeral home, toward the open bay, and for a moment, the red alarm strobes from inside lit them just enough to show a face. Elliot Wexler. Caroline made a sound like someone had pressed a hand against her ribs. "Elliot," she shouted. He didn't answer. He started walking up the slope toward us, not running, not slipping, walking with the stiff purpose of someone who had rehearsed the path in his mind before taking it. Caroline stepped toward the garage. I caught her sleeve. "That's my brother," she snapped. "I know. He may be hurt. He stole the van. He may have been trying to move it. In a power outage, With the cameras dead, her face twisted because she knew. Elliot reached the bottom edge of the garage ramp. Snow clung to his dress shoes and the knees of his trousers. He wore no gloves. His right hand was dark with something. Oil maybe, blood maybe. In his left, he carried a cordless drill. Caroline whispered, "Elliot, what did you do?" He heard her that time. He stopped just outside the garage, chest rising and falling. "I need the body," he said. The alarm screamed over him, so at first the words did not land. Caroline shook her head. "What?" "I need Arthur Harlan out of here." Mark heard the name from the other side of the locked hall. "Who said that? Who is that?" Elliot flinched at Mark's voice. That was the first real crack in him. He looked from Caroline to me to Miles on the floor. His eyes were wide, but not wild, not drunk, not confused, calculating and terrified. A man with a plan that had gone wrong and was now trying to turn disaster back into sequence. Caroline moved one step into the garage. "Put the drill down." "No, Elliot." I said no. Drill explained the zip tie, maybe the jammed door, maybe the locks. It did not explain everything. Not yet. "Why do you need Mr. Harlan?" I asked. Elliot's gaze snapped to me. "Shut up, Daniel. Why? You always ask like you're a cop." "I'm asking like a guy trapped in a funeral home while you steal a decedent." "I wasn't stealing him." Caroline's voice dropped. "Then what were you doing?" Elliot looked at his sister, and for half a second, I saw the younger brother under the expensive coat, the one who had probably grown up running through these halls when the place was still their grandfather's and death was just the family business, not a thing with rules that could crush you. "I was protecting us," he said. The van rocked again in the alley, driverless now, but still idling in gear wrong somehow, tires spinning against the rut. It bumped the snowbank with a dull thud. Elliot glanced back, distracted. Caroline used the second. She lunged for the drill. Elliot swung his arm out, not like a fighter, like a panicked person clearing space. The drill clipped her cheekbone. The sound was small, plastic against bone. Caroline stumbled backward, hand to her face. I moved. Elliot raised the drill between us. "Don't." Everything became short. The alarm, the snow, Miles breathing, Mr. Harlan's table behind us. Caroline's blood on her fingers. "Put it down," I said. Elliot's face twitched. "You don't understand." "Then explain." "No time." "Make time." Behind the locked staff door, Mark pounded with both fists. "Arthur Harlan is my father. Who are you?" Elliot's jaw clenched. He looked cornered now. The plan was gone. The quiet tampering, the staged body, the power cut, the camera failures. All of it had depended on no one naming things too soon. Now everyone was naming everything. Caroline wiped blood from her cheek. "You moved him." Elliot's eyes flicked to prep two. That was enough. Caroline's face broke. Not with sadness, with humiliation. Betrayal so practical it hurt to watch. "You moved a decedent," she said. "I had to check him." "For what?" Elliot looked at the floor. "For what?" she screamed. The alarm cut off. The sudden absence punched the air out of the hall. Only the garage wind remained, and the chirp from refrigeration, and the van engine outside, growling low in the storm. Elliot said, "The drive." I didn't understand. Then I did. The cufflink, the wrist mark, the body changing positions because someone kept searching him. "What drive?" I asked. Elliot closed his eyes. Caroline answered for him, voice flat. Arthur Harlan was on the school board for 30 years. Elliot looked at her. She kept going, each word slower. He was also executor on some old Wexler Trust paperwork. Granddad's charitable fund. The one you told me was clean. Don't, Elliot said. Caroline's mouth trembled once. What did you do? Elliot looked toward the front of the building. Mark can't see him. Why? Because I didn't find it yet. Mark went quiet on the other side. I could feel him listening. Elliot gripped the drill tighter. Harlan kept records. He kept everything. Old minutes, account copies, letters. He told me last month he'd found irregularities in the scholarship fund. He wanted to talk to Caroline after New Year's. Then he died. Natural causes. Convenient for everyone except me. Except you, Caroline said. He had a flash drive. His daughter said he kept important documents on one. Silver, small, engraved. I thought maybe it was in his clothes. Then the hospital released him in the suit Rachel chose, and I thought, you thought you could search his body, I said. I thought I could prevent a misunderstanding. Caroline laughed once. It was the ugliest sound I'd heard all night. You cut the cameras. I disabled the network clips. I didn't cut anything. You shut off power. The generator only. The main outage was the storm. You made sure the generator wouldn't come back. I needed darkness in the back hall. You opened the garage. I needed to move him to the van and search properly somewhere else. Mark made a wounded noise beyond the door. Elliot's head snapped that way. He wasn't supposed to be here. No one was supposed to be here, I said. Caroline was here. I was here. Miles was here. I thought you'd all leave after prep. And when we did, Elliot stared at Mr. Harlan's table. I improvised. Miles, very quietly from the floor, said, Buddy, you suck at improvising. Elliot's drill swung toward him. I stepped between them. That was when Caroline moved again, not toward Elliot this time, but toward the wall beside the garage door control. She slapped the red emergency stop. The garage motor clunked. Outside, the van jerked, as if the change in power or door circuit startled something loose. Its rear tires spun, caught ice, then slammed backward against the snowbank again. Elliot turned. I grabbed his drill hand with both of mine. He was stronger than he looked. Panic does that. The drill whined as his finger hit the trigger, bit skittering against the concrete wall inches from my hip. White dust spat into the air. I drove my shoulder into him. Pain burst through the shoulder Mark had already knocked into the doorway. Elliot's elbow caught my jaw. My teeth clicked. Caroline came from the side and hit his wrist with the flashlight. The drill dropped. Miles kicked it away with one foot. Elliot punched Caroline. Not hard, not clean, but enough. She fell against the utility room door frame and went down on one knee. Something in me snapped into a smaller, colder place. I tackled him. We hit the garage floor together, sliding in snow that had blown inside. My knee struck concrete. His hand clawed at my face, catching my cheek. I smelled his coat, wet wool, sweat, gasoline. He kept saying, "Stop, stop, stop," while fighting like someone who absolutely did not want to stop. Caroline shouted my name. Elliot twisted, got one knee under himself, and shoved me off. He crawled toward the drill. Miles, somehow, dragged himself across the tile and put his good hand on it first. Elliot kicked him. Miles folded around the impact with a choked sound. That gave me the half second I needed. grabbed the nearest thing mounted on the garage wall, a long-handled snow shovel with a cracked plastic blade. I swung low, not at his head, at his legs. The blade hit his shin. He went down hard. His forehead struck the concrete with a blunt sound that I felt in my stomach. Then there was only the wind. Elliot rolled onto his side, groaning. Blood ran from a split above his eyebrow. He was conscious, hurt, not dead. Caroline crawled to the drill and kicked it farther into the garage. "Zip ties," she gasped. "What? Cabinet, top drawer." I stumbled to the garage workbench. My niece screamed with every step. In the drawer, under old registration stickers and latex gloves, were heavy black zip ties we used for securing equipment during removals. We tied Elliot's wrists in front because none of us trusted our hands enough to do anything more complicated. He didn't fight much after that. He kept blinking through blood and snowmelt, breathing in little angry bursts. "You don't know what you're doing," he said. Caroline crouched in front of him, cheek swelling, lip bloodied. "For once tonight, I think we do." Mark shouted again from the public side. "Is he restrained? Is he restrained?" "Yes," I yelled. "Then open this door." We still couldn't. The conflict wasn't over. Not with the door jammed, Mark trapped, and the van blocking the alley. Elliot was down, but the building remained a trap he had built too well. "Service closet," Caroline said, pushing herself up. Miles coughed. "I vote ambulance." After, his laugh turned into a wince. I looked at Elliot. "How did you jam the staff door?" He smiled with blood on his teeth. Caroline grabbed his collar. "Elliot, wedge plate," he said, "from the chapel side, under the strike." "Where's the key for the side service latch?" "In the van." "Of course it is," Miles muttered. Caroline stood unsteadily. Then we break through the flower room latch. We left Elliot tied to the garage sink pipe with 2 more zip ties through his belt and coat. It was ugly and probably not a technique any manual would approve, but it held when he tested it. He cursed at us in a low voice as we moved away. I hated turning my back on him. I hated moving past Mr. Harlan Moore. His table blocked half the prep room doorway. In the strobes from the alarm system, now silent, but still flashing, his face looked gray and patient. The sheet had slipped farther, exposing the suit Rachel had chosen. His left cuff was open, cufflink gone into the evidence bag. His shoes were no longer aligned because Elliot had dragged or rolled the table in starts and stops, creating the impossible little changes we had mistaken for something else. Human horror is not cleaner when explained. It is worse because it has hands. We went through Prep 1. The refrigeration alarm chirped beside us. I did not open the cooler doors. Caroline moved like each step cost her something. Miles had one arm over my shoulder, his weight increasing by the minute. His blood had slowed, but his skin felt damp and cold. The service closet was behind a stack of folded privacy screens. I shoved them aside. One crashed down, making Mark shout from somewhere beyond the wall. "Daniel, we're coming." The closet smelled like floral foam, dust, and old mop water. At the far end was the latch door into the flower room. Caroline tried it, locked. "Move," I said. I kicked near the latch. Once. The door shook. Again. Pain shot up my injured knee so hard I nearly vomited. Caroline picked up a metal urn stand from the corner and slammed it into the latch plate. The sound rang through the closet. She hit it again. Wood splintered. "Caroline," I said again. The latch tore free. The door burst inward, and we spilled into the flower room behind the chapel. Mark stood 10 feet away holding a brass candlestick like a weapon. Mark Harlan was pale, sweating, and very much alive. A chair lay overturned behind him. His hands shook so badly the candlestick tapped softly against his wedding ring. "Where is he?" he asked. Caroline's voice softened despite her split lip. "Your father is secure." "No, don't funeral director me. Where is my father?" "In prep 2, I said. "Elliot moved him. We stopped him." Mark looked at Caroline. "Your brother," she nodded once. For a second, Mark seemed to age in front of us. The anger drained out and left something hollower. "Why?" "Records," Caroline said. "Something your father had." Mark's eyes sharpened. "The flash drive." All 3 of us looked at him. He lowered the candlestick. Dad was paranoid about computers. He kept it on his key ring. "His key ring wasn't with his personal effects," Caroline said. "No," Mark said, "because Rachel has it." She took his keys from the hospital bag. The whole night seemed to tilt. Elliot had torn the funeral home apart, moved a dead man, cut power, trapped us, injured people, all for something that had never been here. Caroline sat down hard on a flower bucket. A laugh came out of Miles, small and pained. So this was a clerical error with assault. Then the rear of the building made a deep metallic sound. Not the garage door, the van. I ran to the chapel window overlooking the side alley. Through the snow, I saw the removal van's rear lights jerk sideways. Elliot had left it partly in gear, or the ice had shifted under it, or both. The stuck wheels caught. The van rolled, slow but heavy, across the service alley and toward the funeral home's side exit stairs. Those stairs were our nearest exit from the public side. If the van pinned them, we would still have the front door. Maybe. Then I saw why Mark hadn't gone out the front. A chain looped through the exterior front handles. Heavy, silver, pulled tight from outside. Elliot had chained the front doors before coming around back. The van slammed into the side exit railing with a metallic shriek. The railing bent inward. The stairs shook. Snow fell from the awning in one heavy sheet. Mark whispered, "We're locked in." The building's smoke detectors began chirping again, irregularly now, confused by power loss and cold air. The emergency lights flickered. Somewhere behind us, tied in the garage, Elliot screamed Caroline's name. Not anger, fear. A moment later, smoke began creeping under the flower room door from the back hall. Thin gray smoke, chemical and sharp. The residue near the generator panel, the drill, the damaged wiring. Maybe not meant to burn, but burning now. Caroline stood slowly. Her eyes met mine. The brother was restrained. The reason was exposed. The body was no longer a mystery. But the trap he had made was still closing. "Front glass," I said. Caroline nodded. Mark lifted the candlestick again. Miles sagged against my shoulder. We moved together toward the front lobby, toward the chained doors and the thick old safety glass, while smoke gathered behind us, and Mr. Harlan lay uncovered in the back hall, no longer changing positions, no longer the thing we were afraid of. The living had done enough. The front lobby windows at Wexler and Sons were not supposed to break. Caroline had told me that once, during a slow afternoon, while we were replacing the faded rug inside the vestibule, tempered safety glass, reinforced frame, expensive as sin, her grandfather had installed them after a drunk driver clipped the front steps in 1987 and sent a spray of old glass across the lobby carpet. Since then, those windows had stood through blizzards, windstorms, angry families, and one very confused turkey that saw its reflection and attacked itself for 15 minutes. So when Mark Harlan raised the brass candlestick over his shoulder, Caroline still said, "Aim for the corner." Her voice was calm. That scared me more than panic would have. Smoke was coming thicker from the back hall now, not in a movie way, not rolling along the ceiling in black waves, but threading low and gray through the gap beneath the flower room door. It smelled electrical and bitter, with a sour edge that made the inside of my nose sting. Miles coughed against my shoulder. Each cough moved through him like a shove. "Corner," Caroline repeated. Mark nodded once. His face had gone blank with concentration. Grief had given him rage earlier. Now fear had made him useful. He swung. The candlestick bounced off the glass with a dull, humiliating thud. "Again," I said. Mark hit it again. The glass starred at the lower corner, a tight white blossom. Miles rasped, "Good news. Funeral home windows work great." "Shut up and breathe," I said. "I'm doing both badly." Caroline had grabbed one of the heavy wooden guest chairs from the chapel. She dragged it across the lobby floor, its legs shrieking over tile. The sound cut through the smoke alarm chirps and the faint, distant scream of Elliot from somewhere behind us. He was still yelling her name, sometimes begging, sometimes cursing. The difference had stopped mattering. Mark struck the glass a third time. The star widened. Caroline lifted the chair and drove one leg into the damaged corner. A pop cracked through the lobby. Not a full break, just one layer giving up. Outside, beyond the chained front doors, snow blew under the awning in frantic swirls. The streetlights along the road smeared yellow across the storm. No cars passed. No neighbors appeared. Of course they didn't. People see a funeral home lit by emergency strobes in a snowstorm and assume it is none of their business. "Move," Caroline said. She turned the chair around and rammed the window with the back of it. The glass broke on the fifth hit, not dramatically. Sagged inward, fractured cubes clinging together for half a second before spilling onto the lobby tile with a hard, glittering rush. Cold air punched through the opening. It felt clean enough to hurt. We cleared the bottom edge with a framed photograph of Lake Champlain from the wall. Mark smashed loose pieces still hanging in the frame. Caroline wrapped her coat over the sill, then looked at Miles. "Him first." "No," Miles said weakly. "Ladies first." "Your flirting gets worse with blood loss," Caroline said. That almost made him smile. Mark climbed out first into the snow to help from the other side. I guided Miles to the window. He tried to lift his injured arm and nearly folded. His skin had gone the color of wet paper. I got under his good shoulder. "One leg," I said, "then the other. I know how windows work. Then impress me." He got one leg over. Mark caught him under the arms. Miles cried out when his wounded arm brushed the frame, a sharp animal sound he would later pretend he didn't remember making. I held him until Mark had most of his weight, then pushed from behind. Miles slid over the sill and dropped into Mark's arms outside. Caroline went next. She paused with one hand on the broken frame and looked back down the hall. The red strobes kept flashing against the smoke. From the rear of the building came a thin, metallic banging. Elliot pulling against the pipe, maybe, or the van shifting against the side stairs, or something falling in the garage. "Caroline," I said, "my brother is back there. I know. He'll burn if the fire spreads." I didn't say what part of me wanted to say. That Elliot had built this trap, that he had tied all of us inside it, that he had moved Arthur Harlan's body like an object and struck his sister hard enough to split her face. I said, "Then we get out and tell them where he is." Her eyes were wet but steady. "Exactly where?" "Garage sink pipe. Zip ties on wrists, belt, coat, utility side." She nodded once, committing it to memory like a line in a case file. Then she climbed out. I was last. Smoke had reached the lobby in a thin veil. My throat tightened around it. I coughed, put one hand on the sill, and felt glass bite through my palm where the coat had shifted. Not deep, but immediate. Hot blood in cold air. I climbed through anyway. Outside, the snow hit my face like handfuls of salt. We stumbled away from the window and under the awning. The front doors were chained shut from the outside, just as I'd seen. A thick hardware store chain looped through both handles and cinched with a padlock. Mark stared at it with an expression I could not read. "You were locked out," he said quietly. Then locked in. Caroline's breath came in white bursts. Yes. In the parking lot, Mark's sedan sat with the driver's door still cracked open, interior light glowing weakly. His phone was in the cup holder. He ran to it, slipped once, caught himself on the hood, and dialed 911 with hands that shook so badly he put it on speaker. His voice changed when the dispatcher answered. It became smaller. "We're at Wexler and Sons Funeral Home in Burlington. There's a fire or smoke. We're locked out front, people injured. One man restrained inside near the garage, possible chemical or electrical hazard. Please send police and fire. Please hurry." Caroline stood beside him, correcting details through split lips. "Back garage bay is open. Removal van blocking side exit. Utility room has unknown residue near electrical panel. One injured employee, one restrained suspect." She sounded like herself again. That made me feel worse somehow. I used Mark's phone after she finished and called Megan. She answered on the second ring. Dan, the sound of her voice alive and annoyed, nearly took my knees out. "Are you home?" "Yes." "Are you okay?" "Why are you calling from some random number?" "I'm at work. There was an emergency." "What kind of emergency?" I looked at the broken funeral home window. Miles sitting in the snow with Mark's coat pressed around his shoulders. Caroline's blood darkening at her cheek. Red strobes flashing inside the smoke behind the glass. "The kind I can't explain fast," I said. Megan was quiet for a second. "Are you doing the thing where you make your emergency sound smaller so I don't worry?" "Yes." "Okay." Her voice softened. "I'm home, door locked." The guy wasn't following me. I got scared. "I know. You listened to the voicemail." "Yeah, I shouldn't have sent it. You should send things when you're scared, and you shouldn't try to run my life when I do. There it was, simple, accurate, not cruel. I know, I said. For once, I did not add anything. Sirens came 8 minutes later. 8 minutes is not long unless you're standing outside a funeral home in a snowstorm with blood in your glove and smoke moving behind broken windows. Then it becomes a place you live for a while. Burlington Fire arrived first, engine lights turning the snow pink and white. Police came right behind them. The responders did what trained people do. They made the nightmare rectangular. They taped off the front. They moved miles to the ambulance. They sat Caroline on the rear bumper of a rescue truck and cleaned the cut on her face. They asked Mark to repeat his name 3 times because he kept drifting mid-sentence. They put a blanket over my shoulders, even though I insisted I was fine. Nobody is fine when they keep saying they are. The firefighters went in through the broken window and the garage bay. The smoke turned out to be from overheated wiring and melted plastic near the generator transfer panel, made worse by whatever chemical residue Elliot had spilled or placed there. It had not become a full structure fire yet. The damage was ugly but contained. The utility room wall was scorched. The breaker panel was ruined. The smell would stay for weeks. They found Elliot where we said he would be, alive, half frozen, furious, crying. He had rubbed his wrists raw against the zip ties, trying to get loose. One firefighter later told me he kept insisting he was the owner, as if ownership changed the physics of restraint or smoke inhalation. Police took him out on a stretcher first, then transferred him to the hospital under guard. He had a concussion, a fractured shin, and enough panic left in him to keep saying Caroline's name. Caroline did not look at him when they brought him past. That was one of the quietest, hardest things I have ever seen. Mr. Harlan came out later. They did not wheel him through the broken lobby or past Mark. Caroline insisted on that even while wrapped in a blanket with a butterfly bandage on her cheek. The firefighters and medical examiner's investigator used the rear route once the van was secured and the garage cleared. Mr. Harlan was covered properly. His hand was placed back beneath the sheet. His dignity was not fully restored, because some things cannot be restored once touched, but people tried. That matters. Mark stood in the parking lot and cried without sound when they told him his father had been moved, but not injured in the way living people are injured. Grief makes language insufficient. What do you call harm done to someone who cannot feel it, but whose family can? Violation, maybe. Desecration. Evidence tampering. None of the words fit in the mouth. Rachel arrived at 1:12 a.m. in a Subaru with snow caked along the wheel wells. She stepped out wearing pajama pants under a winter coat, hair pulled into a crooked knot, Arthur Harlan's key ring clenched in one hand. Rachel Harlan, 52, female, had the same eyes as Mark, but carried shock differently. Mark's grief came outward. Rachel's went still. When a detective asked about the flash drive, she looked at Caroline, then at me, then down at the keys. "It's this?" she asked. The flash drive was small, silver, and engraved with AH, not a cufflink, not jewelry, not hidden in a sleeve, a keychain. Rachel had taken it from the hospital property bag because it had her father's house key on it, and because she was the kind of daughter who did practical things before understanding they mattered. The detective bagged it. Rachel watched like she was handing over a piece of her father all over again. By 3 a.m, we were all in different places under the same fluorescent hospital light. Miles had 12 stitches and a mild concussion from when Elliot kicked him. He texted me a selfie from the ER bed with his arm wrapped and the caption, "Still handsome, legally speaking." His mother drove up from Rutland before dawn and called Caroline words I will not repeat in a hospital hallway. Caroline had a fractured cheekbone, split lip, smoke irritation, and the expression of someone whose life had been divided into before and after without permission. She gave a statement to police for nearly 2 hours. She did not defend Elliot. She did not embellish. She said what happened, each detail set down like a body prepared for viewing, carefully, cleanly, without pretending it was anything else. Mark and Rachel sat together near the vending machines, not touching, both staring at nothing. At one point, Rachel said, "Dad would have hated all this attention," and Mark laughed once, then covered his face. I had glass removed from my palm, a bruised jaw, a strained shoulder, and a knee that would click for months in damp weather. The doctor asked if I wanted something stronger for pain. I said no, because I wanted to drive home eventually, then remembered my car was still behind a taped-off funeral home and laughed at the wrong time. Megan came to the hospital at 4:20 a.m. I hadn't asked her to. That was the first thing. She appeared at the end of the hallway in an oversized coat, hair damp from snow, face pale, with worry she was trying to disguise as irritation. "You look like crap," she said. "So do you. Nice. Almost died and still charming." I didn't almost die. She looked past me at Caroline's bruised face, then at Miles sleeping upright with his mother beside him, then at the bandage on my hand. Sure. We sat in 2 plastic chairs near a window showing nothing but dark glass and reflected hospital ceiling tiles. "I was scared," she said. "Me too. I mean earlier with the guy. I know I didn't need you to solve it. I know I needed you to answer. That one hurt in the clean place." I nodded. "I'm sorry." She leaned her head back against the wall. "That's it. No lecture about bus stops. No lecture. Growth. Don't get used to it." She smiled without looking at me. We did not fix everything in that hallway. People like to pretend near death makes conversations perfect. It doesn't. It just makes them shorter and more honest because everyone is too tired to decorate the truth. The legal aftermath took longer because legal aftermath always does. Elliot was charged with burglary, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, unlawful restraint, assault, reckless endangerment, and several financial crimes. Once investigators opened the scholarship fund records on Arthur Harlan's drive. The fund had been leaking money for years through fake vendor payments and administrative reimbursements. Elliot had not been as clever as he thought. Arthur had been much more patient than Elliot realized. Caroline suspended operations at Wexler and Sons for 6 weeks. Another funeral home in Essex handled the scheduled services. Mr. Harlan's viewing was delayed, then held privately with only Rachel, Mark, and 2 grandchildren present. Caroline attended, but did not direct it. She sat in the back row with a yellow bruise across her cheek and cried so quietly most people pretended not to notice. She sold Elliot's share of the business after the indictment. That sentence sounds cleaner than it was. The building reopened in March with new cameras, new doors, a monitored alarm line, a replaced generator panel, and a policy that no one stayed alone after 9 p.m. I came back part-time at first. I told myself it was because Caroline needed help. That was true. It was also because I needed to walk through those rooms in daylight until they became rooms again. The prep room floor was replaced. The garage wall repainted. The broken front window looked exactly like the old one, except I could never stand near it without remembering the sound it made when it finally gave. Mr. Harlan's cufflink was returned to Rachel in a small envelope. The matching one stayed with his suit. She asked for the evidence photos too, not because she wanted to see them, but because she didn't want them sitting in a file where strangers could handle them casually. Caroline arranged it through the detective. Miles quit in April, then came back in June, claiming he had missed the smell of lilies and liability. He didn't do removals anymore, not at first. He worked services, parked cars, printed programs. When the garage door motor started, he still looked toward it. So did I. Caroline became more formal after that night. Not colder, just more precise. She documented everything. If a pen ran out during arrangements, she logged it. If a table break stuck, she tagged it. Families found her steady. Staff found her terrifying. I found her alive, which was enough. As for me, I stopped checking Megan's location when she forgot to text back. Mostly, some habits don't die because you understand them. They just become quieter, less proud of themselves. I learned to ask, do you want help or do you want me to listen? I did not always like the answer. I tried anyway. The strange part is that the funeral home returned to normal faster than any of us did. Flowers arrived, coffee brewed, families cried, cars rolled slowly under the green awning. The ice machine in the arrangement lounge kept dropping cubes with that same plastic clatter. The furnace knocked under the floor. The ventilation fan in prep room 2 rattled after repairs because no contractor could make it stop for more than a week. And bodies still shifted sometimes. They do. That is true. A hand settles. A shoulder loosens. A shoe slips when the table moves. After that night, every new assistant got a lecture from me about locking casters, documenting position changes, and never letting imagination outrun evidence. But I will tell you one thing I never put in any statement. 2 months after reopening, Caroline and I were closing after an afternoon service. The building was bright, clean, almost ordinary. Outside, the snow had melted into dirty piles along the curb. I went into prep room 2 to collect a stack of folded sheets from the counter. The room was empty. No decedent, no table in the center, nothing unusual, except one of the table casters was unlocked. I noticed because I always notice. I crossed the room and locked it with my shoe. As I turned to leave, something tapped once beneath the table. Metal on metal. I looked down. There was nothing by the floor drain. No cufflink. No tool. No piece of broken equipment. Just the stainless grate, clean tile, and the faint reflection of the overhead light. The building gave a small pipe knock behind the wall. That was all. A normal sound in an old funeral home. Explainable. I stood there longer than I needed to anyway, listening to the fan rattle and the distant ice machine dropping cubes in the lounge, waiting for some second sound that never came. Then I turned off the light and left the door open behind me. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.